Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. We are into day 14 and the defense is on. We are day 3, I believe. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 complete days. We are actually into day 4 for the defense. So thank you guys for joining us. I know the other trial is not streaming today, so I do appreciate everybody coming on over here and joining us. If you guys have any questions, please see our description. We have a pretty healthy description there, but for those that have not been following this case, let me do a quick little recap here. So Carlos Dominguez, he's the defendant. He's 21 years old. He has pled guilty, but reason of insanity. So on April 27th of 2023, his first victim was David Henry Breaux. David Breaux is also called the Compassion Guy. The reason he is called the Compassion Guy is because he would stand on the street corner of Davis and he would ask people, what does compassion mean to you? So he eventually wrote this book. He went on tour, and they made a let me see. Let's see. So here's the compassion bench, right? So they made this compassion bench, and then they dedicated. So this is in Davis. So they made this bench in honor of him, and then he gets stabbed, not on this bench, but he did get stabbed. He was the first victim. He unfortunately passed away. Then Karim Abou Najm, he was stabbed 2 days later. And I see that our frames are having some issues, so I do apologize for that. Our internet might be acting up today, so just bear with us. If you get bumped out, just come back. You guys know the deal. So Karim was a student at UC Davis. He was riding his bike home on the night of April 29th, and he got jumped, and he unfortunately lost his life. Let me read a little bit about Karim. He was a senior at UC Davis. He was majoring in computer sciences. He was originally from Lebanon. He was an integral part of the community. He was working on innovative research to help the hearing impaired, and he was well known for his passion for learning and building community through education. He co-founded Cornish, which is a platform that supported undergraduate researchers. He won multiple awards for his work, including a People's Choice Award from Blackstone Launchpad. And he was biking home from a university event when he was fatally stabbed. Now, to honor his legacy, the city dedicated a bench in Sycamore Park, which is where he was attacked, and they renamed a nearby bike path. Now, his mom testified. That was one of the more heartfelt, emotional testimonies. His mother testified, let's see. She testified day 4. Her name was Nadine. She testified day 4, and then David's sister testified day 1. She was straight out of the gates. She was day 1, witness 1, Maria. So she testified day 1. Karim's mother testified day 4. So if you've missed any of that, you can always go back and check that out. And then the third victim, May 1st, Kimberlee Guillory. Guillory, I can't even say her name right now. I'll just go with Kimberlee. Sorry, Kim. She was unhoused, and she was living. Because this was going on, some of the unhoused people in Davis bonded together. So she got together with a friend of hers who was a male, and then she also got together with Isaac and his wife, Christine, who both of them testified. Kimberlee was stabbed twice through her tent, and she survived. She had multiple surgeries, but she did survive. So she actually testified as well. So Isaac and his wife testified, and then Kimberlee also testified. So I hope that brings you guys up to date. The defense has had Carlos's father His sister, who's 13, she was on the stand. His ex-girlfriend, Kaylee, they all testified on one day. That was day 11. That I definitely recommend. If you guys if you pick one day, I would say that was a good day to watch because it started to paint the picture of who Carlos is, where he came from, where he is right now. And then the second day of defense testimony, which was day 12, one of his best friends in college, Nathan, testified, and then Mark, a frat roommate, he joined a fraternity, which was a Filipino-based fraternity. So he testified. So that was a pretty good day too. And then yesterday we heard from another fraternity roommate, Philip. He was pretty good. Then let's see. Then we heard from a lot of law enforcement yesterday. So if you want to know about the victims, I would say day 1 for Maria, David's sister. Then I would say day 2 for Nadine. I'm sorry, day 4 for Nadine. That's Karim's mom. Kimberlee, she testified. When did she testify? Kimberlee testified day 3. So that was those 1, 3, and 4. Those are pretty good days. And then if you want to know about Carlos, I would say day 11, and then day 11 and day 12. That would pretty much get you up to speed if you guys want to check those out at any point in time. So that's where we stand right now. Who is with us in the chat? We've got Irish Amy and Shirley Roth, Therapist Juno and Gordon. Thank you guys. So Aaron just reminded me that we have made friends with the camera operator, Newton. He is, we call him Wally because day 1 the camera was like going choo-choo, choo-choo, like that, just like Wally. And then, so if you see a Newton Ward in our chat, he's the camera operator. And then Deanna May, there she is. Deanna May was in the courtroom. She was calling in. She was tweeting or posting, I should say, for us. She called in several times to give us what the jury reaction was. So definitely for people that are new to the stream here, to this trial, definitely say hello to Deanna. And I think Just Shamrock was thinking about going next week as well. So definitely give some love to Deanna May. And if you guys see Newton, he is the camera operator. So all right, so let's see. BK, Ruby, Joanne, Jedi Platypus, and Nomad. Sharon, good to see you. Moki, thank you for joining us. And Pammy, of course, Pammy. I love you, Pammy. 666 Zaro, thank you for joining us. Let's see, who, Nomad, let's see, I'm trying to see who was first in chat. Who was first in chat? I have Nomad was first in chat, and Hazel and Alice. I think there were more. I think there's somebody else. I can't go back that far, I guess. So anyway, thank you for joining us, guys. Really appreciate it. Dwayne, good to see you, my friend. Always great to see you. Love it when you join us. We're on our way out, so we'll see everybody before Squeegee signs off. Very good. Cool. All right, Tammy in KS, always good to see you as well. Oh, Deanna May will be going after your appointment tomorrow. Fantastic. All right, so we will have in-court reports and hopefully a call-in. So definitely, you guys, stick around for that. And Ola, the trial channel, thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Gloria, always good to see you. And Just Shamrock, yes, Deanna and Newton are courtroom insiders. Christina was first too. Yeah, I can't go back that far. Christine Fortunato, yeah. For some reason I can't scroll back far enough, so that's a YouTube-y thing. So anyway, thank you guys. Brenda, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So as we ended yesterday, we heard that from the defense, we're going to hear from an English professor. We're going to hear from 2 detectives, Muscardino, or what are we calling him? Muscardini, I should say. Mustard, what are we calling Mustard Weenie? Some woman named Gione. I didn't catch her first name. And then sadly, I hate to say it, there's going to be a 6.5 hour video. So they probably won't get to that because this woman, Gione, she was going to be called around 1:30. So they probably won't get to the video until 3-ish, I would say, 2:33. So we have to sit through 6.5 hours of Carlos's interview, his interrogation, if you will. So it's probably going to be about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours today, and then we'll hear we'll go through the rest of it tomorrow. Hey, Angela, how are you? Yes, happy Friday Eve. So, hey, Birdie and Sharon, good to see you. Birdie B. Moki, nice to have a read break. Absolutely. Hey, we appreciate that you guys are here. So, so we have to go through 6.5 hours of video still, his interrogation. So I'm praying that we can actually hear it. I hope it's good. I hope it's good audio. Video, generally they're okay video. It's the audio that's usually pretty brutal. So just hoping, praying that it's going to be good video. So... So we have that to look forward to, unfortunately. But you'll hear him talk. We'll hear him talk. Hey, Real Happy. Nomad saying hello, Real Happy. Good to see you. We miss you too. Gordon, you're English, but you're no professor. Irish Amy, yes, we made it through Monaco. We can get through 6 hours together. That is true. That is absolutely true. What was that, 2 days, 3 days of Austin's talking or whatever? Hey, Joe, good to see you guys. Go support Joe Schmo. He had a great stream this morning talking about Lori Daybell. Joe will be there. We will be covering her as well when she starts up in June. So definitely go give Joe some love. He's on the YouTubes. He's on X as well. I know a lot of you were there this morning along with me. Yeah, hey, Baka. Yeah, as long as there's no toilets flushing in the background. I hear you. No flushing toilets. Let's hope not. All right, so this court, for those that are new to this trial, this court is usually pretty on time. So they start at 12:30, they take a break, 15-minute break, and usually an hour and a half in, and then they'll break at, they'll break at 3 o'clock until 4:30. This is all East Coast time. So this is in California, so they start at 12:30. They start at 9:30, their time, and then they break at 12, they come back at 1:30, and then they're over at 4:30. So just so you know, they take a 15-minute morning break, 15-minute afternoon break, and Judge McAdam is just awesome. If you guys have not watched a single day of this trial, you will fall in love with Judge McAdam. He is like, he and Kranick are just hands down the best judges. So... Again, for those that are new to this trial, you're in for a nice treat, nice surprise. Not a surprise. He's just really, really sweet. Hey, Joyce, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. So this court, he usually starts pretty much on time. I think there's only been maybe 2 or 3 days out of we're into day 14 where he started maybe 5 minutes late. He's usually right on time. And he's not like Judge Cohen with Monica Sementili, where he'll literally just cut you off in the middle of a sentence. He'll let you finish the sentence, and he'll be like, is there any more? How much more time do you have? And if the lawyers say, well, we have another 4 questions, he'll be like, okay, you can answer them. If the lawyers say, oh, we have 10 more minutes, he'll be like, all right, let's take the break and come back. So Judge McAdam, what's his first name? I forget his first name. Let me get his first name for you guys. Samuel T. So this is the judge. Just so you guys know, he is just the best. You guys will definitely, if you guys are fresh and new to this trial, Judge Samuel T. McAdam, he is, like I said, him and Kranick are just 2 of my favorite judges. So, yep, Gloria loves Cohen. He was funny. He was kind of a curmudgeon, but I appreciate him as curmudgeons go. Hey, Only Fan, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Always good to see you coming in. Right. I used to say, before I got it down, I was saying McAdams too, Pammy, but it's McAdam. Singular, not plural. So make sure that you guys hit the like button, please. I have done my likes already, so I've followed my own advice. Sam McAdam is a stellar name, right? All right, and we have a feed. See, I told you this guy is like, he runs a tight ship. He is a tight ship runner. All right, here we got a feed. Let me get you up. Get you guys up and running here. Compassion bench, put to the side. Get our feet up. Put our feet up. All right. Let me get him. Oh, cool. So they haven't actually started yet. All right, good. So they've got the feet up, but Judge isn't there. So he's going to make a liar out of me. Watch. Here I am. I'm singing your praises, Judge, and you're going to make a liar out of me. And there is no closed captioning. So again, there's if you guys are looking for closed captioning, there is no closed captioning. So which I miss. I really miss closed captioning. Samuel Adams is. Sam Adams. Samuel Adams is a beer. It's out of Boston, I think.
The state of California versus Carlos Dominguez, and we have the defendant present with attorney Hutchinson and prosecutors Demora and Vanderhook, and 17 members of our jury present. 15 minutes ago, I had a conversation here in court about traffic on the freeways, and I heard I-80 was a mess, I heard I-5 was a mess, and I was surprised when I got the calls just a second ago that we're all ready to go. So I'm sorry if you had trouble getting in, but it's great to see all of you here. And we have another day of work and we're ready to go. So thank you for your service. And let's go ahead and get back into the defense case. And Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Ava Bindis.
Okay, let's get the witness.
And thank you so much, MEG, for your generous donation through Cups of Coffee. I appreciate it.
Okay, good morning. Come on in, Ms. Bindis. If you can stand here at the podium right before me. Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to give you an oath. After you take the oath, then I want you to sit in the witness stand here, and we have two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Take your seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Ava Bindis, AVABINDAS.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Bindis.
I'm Dr. Bindis.
Dr. Bindis, thank you. Go ahead and bring your chair in and get comfortable, relax. The mic's perfect. We'll be able to pick you up.
Okay.
And thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examinations.
Good morning. What do you do for a living?
I currently work at the University of Southern California, where I'm a communications analyst for a group of economic researchers.
And how long have you had that position?
Just under a year.
I'd like to direct your attention to spring of 2023. Where did you work then?
I worked at the University of California, Davis.
And in what capacity?
I was a PhD candidate in the English department, and my employment was as an associate instructor teaching an English class.
And did you ultimately earn your PhD?
Correct, I did.
When did you earn your PhD?
In June 2024.
As a PhD candidate, did you have teaching responsibilities?
Yes.
In the spring of 2023, what classes did you teach?
I taught one class, English 3003 was the class number. It was called Introduction to English Literature.
And when, if you recall, did the spring quarter begin?
I believe early April.
I'm going to show you an exhibit in there, just 1 minute. Defense Exhibit X. And this is a student schedule. There is a class ENL003.
Okay.
Did you teach that class?
I did.
And where was that class held? Was it Bowman Hall?
Correct, yes.
Room 027?
Yes.
And on what days and times did that class meet?
Mondays and Wednesdays. Apparently 4 to 6. I don't actually remember.
You do remember that it is...
It was on Mondays and Wednesdays. I remember that.
Did you have a student in your class by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
So assuming that this is Carlos Reales Dominguez's schedule for the spring of 2023, would that mean that you met Mondays and Wednesdays from 4:10 p.m. to 6 p.m.?
Yes, it would.
And based on your memory, is that consistent with the general time that you remember this class meeting?
Yes.
Was this the first class you taught as a PhD candidate?
No.
How many previous classes have you taught?
As a sole instructor or in any capacity?
Sole instructor.
I had taught the previous year, so like the school year 2022, I had taught 3 sections of a writing course in the writing program, and then in 2023 school year, this was my 3rd time teaching this English class, so it was my 6th time teaching a class independently.
And how old were you in the spring of 2023?
28.
So, describe the room 027 where this class was held. What type of room was it? How was it set up?
It was a relatively small classroom. I would say approximately 2/3 of the room we're in right now, maybe even a half. Square, pretty square. There was chalkboards in the room and also a projection apparatus at the front, projection screen. Students were seated in standalone chair desks with the desk that could fold up and down.
Let me stop you there. You're gesturing with your right hand. Is that the desk where you can sit down and there's a little writing board that you can fold down to take notes and write on?
Correct, and I think occasionally they would be on the left side, but most were on the right.
Approximately how many desks were in the room?
Between 25 and 30, I would guess.
Okay. And where did you lecture from? The front of the room?
Yes, there was a table and a podium at the front of the room.
So, assuming I'm you standing at the podium,
Okay.
where is the entrance or entrances to the classroom?
Back of the room. Like, sorry, I'm in the podium right now. I know my brain's not. If I'm in the front of the room,
you stand at the podium. Okay, so
front of the room, the door is to the back to the left.
okay, so if you're now I'm you again.
Okay.
I'm lecturing facing students. The door is to the back left.
Correct.
And was there only one entrance in and out of that classroom?
Yes.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez in your class on the first day?
No.
Is it common for students to, well, when did he join your class, if you recall?
the second week of instruction.
Is that uncommon for students to join a class on the second week of instruction?
No, it is extremely common during the first 3 weeks.
Why is it extremely common?
This class meets a very general writing requirement and is not important. It doesn't count towards any major. So a lot of students from a lot of different majors would just try to fill it to meet this requirement. It was kind of disposable, I guess, but people are just moving their schedules around a lot depending on if they get added or dropped.
Would you agree that for undergrad courses, there are some courses that are more challenging than others?
I would.
How would you describe this course in terms of the overall challenge that a student enrolling would face?
It wasn't an easy A, but it was not a challenging B.
Prior to the first day he was in your class, had you ever seen Carlos Reales Dominguez before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name?
No.
Do you recall the first day you saw him?
Yes.
Was there anything about his appearance and behavior on that first day that struck you as unusual?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I observed that he was wearing a hoodie with the hood up, and his hair was longer, and the hoodie kind of pinned his hair as to cover a lot of his face. He was also wearing a mask, like a face mask, that was, pulled up over his nose, and so the result was I didn't get to see much of his face.
What type of hoodie was he wearing?
A dark colored hoodie.
Did it have any logos on it?
Yes.
What logos did it have on it?
I remember it had the Playboy bunny emblem, like the bunny head with the ear.
Was it one Playboy bunny logo, or were there multiple logos over the hoodie?
I only recall one.
So his appearance struck you as unusual. How about his behavior? And I'm focusing on the first day here.
His behavior also struck me as unusual.
How so?
He was very reserved, and I begin all my classes, including the first day that Carlos was in my class, with a reading quiz to ensure students did the reading. Since I didn't recognize him, therefore recognized him as new, I remember I went and handed him a quiz and gave him instructions and assured him that this wouldn't count against him because I recognized that he was new to the class.
Let me stop you there. Given that he was new to the class and hadn't received the previous assignments, why did you have him do a reading quiz?
That's how I kept attendance. And so I communicated that, and I handed him the quiz, but in that interaction, he didn't have any body language or any verbal language that suggested that he was listening to me or was comprehending what I was saying. He was extremely reserved and stoic.
Did he make eye contact with you?
No.
Did he verbally respond to anything you said?
No.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
And did he remain like that throughout the entire class?
Do you mean that class period?
Yes, the class period.
Yes.
Did you, again focusing on the first day, did you make any further effort to get him to communicate during the first day?
Yes.
What did you do?
I asked him because I ask every student, every class. We were working on our poetry unit, and so I put the poem that was assigned up on the board. I don't remember what poem it was, but I asked every student to share one observation about the poem. I remember, and just snake around the room in order. I remember asking him to observe anything about the poem and was met with a similar non-response.
Did you then move on, or did you keep trying to get him to give a response?
I kept trying to get him to give a response.
Okay. How much effort did you put into trying to get him to give a response?
It's hard question to answer or to quantify, but a fair amount of effort. It is important to me that all my students answer, so I did implore him multiple times.
Where were you in relation to him when you're trying to get him to answer?
After his initial non-response, where I had first asked from the front, from behind the podium where I was making observations and writing them down, I then moved in front of the podium and towards his desk. So I moved closer as I was repeatedly asking him.
Did he make eye contact with you?
No.
Did he ultimately respond verbally at all?
I don't remember on that first day, but this was a pattern on all of the classes that he attended, and occasionally he would say something along the lines of, I don't have an observation, or something just to...
Let's focus again on the first day. Did he do anything disruptive?
No.
Did he do anything beyond his concerning appearance and behavior? Did he do anything explicitly threatening in any way?
No.
Did he appear to make an effort to take the reading test?
Yes.
At some point, did you grade those tests?
Yes.
While you were grading the test, did you notice something unusual?
Yes.
What did you notice?
When I was entering the quiz scores and therefore taking attendance, I noticed that one of the quizzes that did not have any of the answers filled out had a name that I didn't recognize and also did not appear on my course roster.
You said it had a name you did not recognize. What do you mean by that?
It was a name I had never seen before, and it was nor was it on my roster.
When you say a name, was it a first and last name of some sort?
I don't remember.
As you sit here today, do you remember what name was on that quiz?
No, I do not.
Did you make any effort to try to determine who in your class filled out a quiz with a different name?
Yes.
What did you do?
I used process of elimination and scored all of the other quizzes, entering those scores, and then the only name that didn't have a score entered was also a new name on my roster, which was Carlos, and so I marked him as present for that day.
So by process of elimination, you determined that the person who used a different name on this quiz was Carlos Dominguez.
I did.
Although you don't remember the specific name, was it anything that can be considered short for Carlos Dominguez?
No.
Anything that would be considered close for Carlos Alejandro Dominguez?
No.
When you saw the fact that he used a different name, did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
Why?
Most students, by the time they're in college, know how to indicate their correct name on an exam.
If this was the second week, can you give us an approximate date of when this first class would have been?
April 10th.
Is that approximate, or do you remember?
I looked at my syllabus before coming here from that time.
So on April 10th was the day when he did that quiz with a different name.
Correct.
Do you know what happens to that quiz, the physical copy?
No.
Have you attempted to locate it?
I'll do my best to answer this question. I'm not exactly sure how to answer it.
Let me ask you this. At some point later on, did you become aware that Carlos Dominguez had been arrested?
Yes.
And at that point, did you provide all the documents you had to somebody?
Yes, I did. UC Davis requested them.
And who did you provide them to?
I provided them to my lawyer.
Okay. And what's your lawyer's name?
Dan Olmos.
Can you use that again?
Dan Olmos.
I don't want you to guess, but Do you have an explanation for why that initial quiz may not have been included in the materials you provided Mr. Olmos?
I almost certainly recycled it
Why do you think you almost certainly recycled it?
because it was a very low stakes quiz with no answers and a name that didn't match my roster. It was scratch paper.
So at that point, do you think there was any reason to retain?
No, there was no reason to retain it.
I'd like to, so if April 10th was the first day, all the other classes would have been on
Subsequent Mondays and Wednesdays.
Let's describe the subsequent classes. Did Mr. Dominguez appear, well, did he ever dress differently in any of your classes?
No.
Did he always wear the hoodie with the mask and hair hanging down?
Yes.
Did you ever actually get a good look at Carlos Dominguez's face?
No.
Were there times when you would get him to respond to some extent?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
These responses always came after multiple appeals for a response. They were almost always just name an observation about a poem. That's what we were doing. And the responses were generally short and didn't contain relevant substance.
Were they responses you would expect from a college student?
I don't know how to answer that question.
For a college student who was engaged in your class, are the responses you would expect?
No, they were disengaged responses.
On subsequent tests, did he use his real name?
Yes,
Did you grade those tests?
I did.
How did he do on those tests?
Not well.
Okay. What do you mean by not well?
These quizzes were always very short, usually no more than 10 points, sometimes fewer. But I remember that his scores were usually below 50%.
Can you describe his answers that he would give?
Incorrect, but sometimes they were incorrect in a way that I would expect, and sometimes they were confusing or unexpected.
So some of them seem like wrong answers that any college student could get.
Correct.
Let's talk about the ones that were incorrect in a different way. What do you recall about them?
In some part, very little, only because they didn't make sense. And I'm an expert in parsing language, and very little would register, especially, yeah.
Do you recall any specific questions regarding a specific word and what it means?
Are you asking about, yes.
What do you recall?
There is a question that I ask about an Emily Dickinson poem where I ask students to define the term impregnable.
Okay. And what does impregnable mean?
It means not able to be breached, like a structure you can't enter.
Do you recall Mr. Dominguez's response?
Yes.
What was his response?
I think his response, to paraphrase, was something along the lines of a woman who cannot get pregnant.
When you saw that response, what did you think to yourself?
I mean, it's kind of funny. And that is a pretty typical college student. I didn't do the reading answer.
Would you also agree that maybe a response, perhaps an elementary student might?
Yeah, it's trying to sound out the word by breaking it down into subsequent pieces. Again, it's somebody who didn't do the reading and is taking a stab at it.
As a PhD, does the word impregnable have anything to do with getting pregnant or not?
No. It's kind of a trick question I put on my quizzes, though, for this exact reason.
Anything else bizarre about the questions he got wrong that you can remember specifically today?
No, just that, well, the impregnable example I would categorize as something that is expected. But then I think on the very same quiz, I don't remember the actual breakdown, but right next to an answer that I could understand, or at least understand why it was incorrect, there would be an answer that I couldn't even recognize as language.
You said you couldn't even recognize it as language. What do you mean by that?
There were English letters together in word-like units that were not comprehensive to me as English.
The answers that were in English, were they very simple?
Yes.
Were they very concrete?
I don't recall.
And was this sort of answer consistent with every test he took?
Yes.
Did you ever have an occasion where you saw his mask come down at all?
Not that I recall.
Did students in your class have to work in groups?
Yes, I often had them break into small groups.
Do you recall an incident where Mr. Dominguez was in a group? Was in a group?
Yes.
Did you observe him in a group?
Yes.
In that group setting, did he do anything different than how he engaged with you?
In one instance that I can remember, he seemed more engaged with the group in some way, like he was potentially talking.
What did, potentially talking, to say engaged, I guess it's all relative.
Exactly.
What did you observe in a group that caused you to believe that he was perhaps trying to engage?
It seemed like his mouth was moving.
Had he pulled down his mask?
I don't recall.
Was there ever an occasion, either from the mask looking down or him in the group, where you saw some glimpse of Carlos Dominguez's face?
Not that I recall.
Based on your observations, did you have a concern that Mr. Dominguez may have a mental illness?
Yes.
At that point, had you heard of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Had you received any training in recognizing the symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
Did you have any knowledge about what were the specific symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
I want to back up. Do you recall anything significant about the backpack that Mr. Real, did he carry a backpack?
I don't remember.
Do you recall doing an interview with my office on Zoom a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Did you indicate it was a red backpack?
Yes.
Do you remember now a red backpack?
Yes.
So, you became aware when David Breaux was found deceased, having been stabbed in Central Park?
I remember.
Prior to that, have you made any reports to anyone expressing your concern about Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Assuming Mr. Breaux was found on April 27th,
What day of the week was that? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's not relevant to the question.
Sorry.
but we can- When did you make your report about your concern for Mr. Dominguez?
On April 12th, I believe.
So more than 2 weeks before Mr. Breaux was found.
Correct.
Who did you make this report to?
I submitted a report to the UC Davis Office of Judicial and Student Affairs.
And what is the Office of Judicial and Student Affairs?
My understanding is that they do a lot of things. In this capacity, they offer a report form for all instructors at the university. I don't know if it's officially called this, but it was introduced to me as a concerned or concerning student form. So as an instructor, you're encouraged to use it to report instances of students who instructors might be working with, about whom you have any sort of concern.
So if he started class on the 10th, can you get judicial notice of what day April 10th was?
The April 10th is Monday, April 12th, obviously, then is Wednesday. You asked about April 27th. Yes, Mr. Breaux was killed on the 26th, I think the evidence shows.
It was discovered on.
Fair enough. So you asked about the 27th, and that would be Thursday.
Okay.
So after having him in your class for only 2 sessions, you filed this complaint.
Yes.
Had he disrupted class in any way during those 2 classes?
No.
Had he done anything explicitly threatening?
No.
Beyond just the bizarre behavior, had he done anything implicitly threatening?
No.
And why did you feel it was important to make this report?
It was clear that something was wrong.
So what did you say in this report?
I think I said that I described his body language and behavior and concluded that something was wrong.
And by something was wrong, did you believe it may have been a mental illness?
That was the only suspicion that I could have had, yeah.
Is this report you filled by hand? typed
No,
out?
electronic. It's a web form.
And how do you submit it?
You go to a web page on the OSSJA website and complete certain boxes.
And once you complete the boxes, you just hit submit?
You hit submit.
Do you know what specific person or persons that goes to once you hit submit?
No.
Did you ever receive a response?
For this particular report?
Yeah.
No.
Let's fast forward. You're on, again, what day was the 27th? Thank you, Ryan. So, you recall becoming aware that when Mr. Breaux was found in Central Park, and you can assume he was found by law enforcement on Thursday, April 27th.
Yes.
And did you hear that in the media?
Yes.
So your next class with Mr. Dominguez would not be until the following Monday.
The class in which he was enrolled.
Yes.
Yeah.
At some point, did you become aware of a second stabbing, which occurred on Saturday, April 29th?
Yes.
Did you you read the general description in the media regarding the suspect for the second stabbing.
Yes.
When you saw that general description, did anything cross your mind?
Yes.
What crossed your mind?
My heart sank. I worried that it was Carlos.
And was that based on the general description?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I thought about it for at least a day, consulted with some trusted people about whether I should call and leave a tip with the police.
Why did you struggle with leaving a tip with the police?
I would say two reasons. The first is that I was aware from a logical perspective that the description was incredibly vague, that so many people could fit the description. So it seemed potentially very far-fetched and a waste of perhaps effort and resources to leave a tip when there's so little to go off of. And I guess the second reason is because the description was so vague. It could have been a lot of different people and with just that information. And I didn't, as my report from a few weeks prior indicated, I was very concerned about one of my students, and I didn't want to introduce the police unnecessarily into his life if something else was going on.
Were you concerned that if he wasn't involved but was struggling with mental illness, introducing the police could make the situation worse?
Exactly.
Now, at some point, though, after you heard about the second stabbing description, did you make a determination that Mr. Dominguez had been dropped from your class?
Yes.
How did you make that determination?
Every class that an instructor teaches at UC Davis uses a content management software, I guess you could call it, named Canvas. And so every class has its own Canvas page, which has a lot of resources for the class. It's where I enter all of my students' grades, and that's also it's probably connected to the system that you showed from the course registry earlier. So it also imports the entire roster of students who are in your class. And so at some point, I accessed my class's Canvas page and went to the roster and noticed that Carlos's name was no longer on my roster.
Now you've heard the description of the second stabbing, and you said it was vague, but now you see he's been dropped. What did that cause you any concern?
Yes.
How so?
It seemed, again, a potential coincidence, but more of a remarkable coincidence. And so more of a remarkable coincidence.
So, what did you ultimately, after you received that, you now had the information that he fit the general description and he'd been dropped, which could still be a remarkable coincidence, but did you make a decision to do something?
Yes.
What did you decide to do?
On Monday morning, I forget which number that is, but if we're talking like I learned around Saturday, thought all of Sunday, Monday morning, I called and left a tip with the Davis police identifying Carlos as potential.
So, Monday, that was May 1st. Do you recall learning of a third stabbing that happened on the night of May 1st?
That on Tuesday morning I learned of it.
So you left your tip earlier in the day before the third stabbing?
I did.
How did you leave that tip?
I called a tip line, and there was nobody, a human didn't pick up, so I just left a message.
At this point, how you're leaving a tip to the police, had you received any response from your report to UC Davis, which you sent on April 12th?
No.
Did you had class scheduled that day?
For May 1st, yes.
Did you receive any response from Davis police before class began?
No.
When the class began, was Mr. Alice Dominguez in the class at the beginning?
No.
Did your class end early that day?
Yes.
Did after class ended early, did you leave?
Overruled.
After your class ended, who left first, your students or you?
All of my students left.
After all your students left, did you leave?
Yes, I did.
What did you exit through the old door?
I did.
What did you do once you exited the door?
I turned towards the exit of Wellman Hall and began to leave.
Did you walk toward the exit?
I did.
As you were walking toward the exit, did you see anything?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw Carlos entering through the door that I was heading towards.
Was he wearing a hoodie?
Yes.
Did he have a mask?
I don't remember.
When you saw him, what did you think?
I was scared.
So how far away was he from you when you first saw him, approximately?
Approximately 20 yards.
So what did you decide to do at that point?
I remember thinking about whether I should leave a different route, but I'd only ever used this one door to enter my classroom, so I didn't know any other routes in the building. And so I then made the decision just to walk out the door that I was already planning on exiting.
As you walked, did Mr. Alice Dominguez, was he walking in the direction toward you?
Yes.
When you crossed each other, did he look at you?
No.
Did he acknowledge you in any way?
No.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
What did he do?
Kept walking.
And was he walking in the direction of the classroom where you teach?
Yes.
And as you passed him, how far apart were two of you probably?
A yard. Very close.
So he was in a position to see you,
Yes.
and you weren't wearing a mask.
No.
Did that strike you as unusual that he didn't look at you or acknowledge you, or is that just how he's always been?
I don't know if I can answer that.
So did you turn around after you passed him?
No.
And then you, what did you do?
I exited through the door of the building.
What did you do then?
Focused on getting to my car.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Alice Dominguez after that?
No.
And before today, was that the last time you saw Mr. Alice Dominguez in person?
Yes.
Now, you've seen photographs of Mr. Alice Dominguez in the media.
Yes.
Assume you had never seen any of those photos.
Okay.
That all you saw was the young man with the hoodie, the dark hair, and the mask.
Yep.
Would you be able to identify Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I think so.
So, the young man seated to my left, does he look different than he did in your class?
Yes.
But based still only on your specific observations, do you believe that is the Carlos Reales Dominguez who was in your class?
I do.
At some point, you become aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested.
I did.
How did you become aware of that?
The chair of the English department came over to my apartment and told me.
How did you react?
My memory is that I was relieved that I wasn't crazy.
At that point, had anyone responded to your initial report on the 12th or your tip to the police on May 1st?
No.
After Mr. Reales Dominguez, did people respond to you regarding those?
No.
How were you ultimately contacted by law enforcement or investigated with the district attorney's office?
I was.
How did that come about?
Sometime later, it was when I was back teaching the class. During a class period, I received a call. I didn't answer it because I was teaching. And they left a voicemail, and the voicemail was from the investigator.
So what did you do at that point?
Texted my friend who's a lawyer.
And what happened then?
I then texted the aforementioned chair of the English department who had been kind of helping me navigate some of the administrative side of this, and she contacted, I believe, UC Davis Legal Services, and they connected me with a lawyer to kind of help me navigate the process.
And I'm a big fan of people hiring lawyers. But why did you feel you needed a lawyer, given that you hadn't done anything wrong?
Objection, relevance,
It goes to credibility. Overruled.
I've never engaged meaningfully with the legal system, so I wanted a resource to help me navigate it.
Did you have to pay for a lawyer, or did UC Davis do that?
UC Davis did.
And is UC Davis still paying for you to have a lawyer?
I presume so.
Or are you paying?
I'm not.
And do you have a lawyer?
Yes, somebody's paying.
Has this been difficult for you to testify about this experience?
Yes.
But as you sit here today, do you think there's anything you could have done differently?
No,
Do you feel you did everything you could do under the circumstances?
I do.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Vanderhook, cross-exam.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much. So it sounds from direct that the contacts that you had with Mr. Dominguez left quite an impression on you.
That's correct.
And there was a limited number of them, definitely less than 10, correct?
Probably less than 10.
And so, given the limited number and the kind of emotional nature that is envisioned in you. You've thought carefully about all your interactions with Mr. Dominguez over that time, correct?
I have.
And so you recall specifically when he was in class and when he wasn't, correct?
No.
How many class sessions are we talking about?
I would have to have my Canvas record, my syllabus, and I don't have access to that right now.
Okay.
Mr. Hutchinson, will you also give Mr. Vanderhook the, okay,
It's
great.
right there.
Yeah, perfect, thanks. That's the calendar.
So regarding the week that you heard about the first stabbing, do you remember that week?
Could you remind me of the dates, please?
So discovery of the body from the first stabbing on April 27th.
Okay.
Mr. Dominguez was not in class on April 27th, correct?
If it was a Thursday, we didn't have class that day.
And so if it was a Wednesday, did you have class that day?
We did have class on Wednesday.
Okay, and that would have been Wednesday, the 26th.
Correct.
So he was not in class on the 26th.
My memory is that he was not in class on the 26th.
All right. What about the 24th?
I don't remember.
And so if he had been in class, is that something that would have stuck out to you?
I don't know what you mean.
Is it something that you would remember? So sometimes, like I have no memory of going to Disney World. If I had gone to Disney World, that I would remember it. That sort of thing.
Sure.
Where it would stick out in your mind if it had happened.
Compounds.
You can try to answer it.
Okay. I really can't answer. I'm so sorry. I don't really know what you're trying to say.
That's fine. If it's something that had happened, would that stick out in your mind?
Students attending class generally does not stick out in my mind.
Right, but given everything that happened since then, is it something that would be something you would still remember today?
It seems extremely hypothetical. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, you talked about submitting a report to UC Davis. How many times had Mr. Dominguez been in your class prior to you submitting that report?
Prior,
Yeah.
I guess I'm not sure of the time of the report, but it was on the second day of class, so I would imagine I did it after the second day of class, so total 2.
Understood. And so I'm going to ask you about the clothing that he wore to class. You had indicated that he wore a sweatshirt. Do you recall what color the sweatshirt was?
It was dark. I think it was black.
And you indicated that it had a Playboy logo on it.
It did.
And was it the same sweatshirt that he wore during every class session?
Yes.
And does this include when you saw him when he missed class on May 1st?
He was wearing a different hoodie.
Okay. So the prior times it was a hoodie with a Playboy logo, and then this time it was no Playboy logo.
It was a different hoodie.
And you mentioned a red backpack, him bringing that to class, and you remember a red backpack. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did he have a red backpack on May 1st?
I don't remember.
And so is it possible that he did and you just don't remember, or that...
I recall that he had a backpack on May 1st. I do not recall what color it was.
Understood. Thank you. And there was questioning regarding this quiz that you attributed to Mr. Dominguez through process of elimination. Do you remember that?
I do.
And are there other possibilities as to how a student could have submitted a quiz?
What do you mean?
So, for example, are there students that keep attending class even though their name is dropped off the roster?
No.
Are there students who want to add to class and so they show up to class but then ultimately don't add to class?
That does happen.
And so it's possible then that that is simply just a student who contemplated adding to class, but when you check the roster that evening hadn't yet added to class.
It was also a name that wasn't on my wait list, which I do have access to as the instructor.
Okay, so it's not on the roster or the wait list.
Correct.
Understood. What do you remember about that name?
Just that it struck me as nonsensical.
Did it seem like a name?
It was only because it was on the line next to the word name at the top of the quiz.
So so some names people recognize as being obvious names, like John or Steve or something like that. Was it something that was a name like John or Steve.
It was not like John or Steve.
And so it was it one word or two?
I don't remember.
Do you remember about how long it was?
I do not.
Okay, let's see one here. Could it have been Strand-Vangen?
I don't know.
Is that possible?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Are you able to eliminate that as a possibility?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When you later got these quizzes, supplemental quizzes by Mr. Dominguez, did you compare the handwriting on his later quizzes to this first quiz?
No.
So you're not able to say if the handwriting would be the same then?
I'm not able to.
And so when you were contacted by an investigator shortly after the arrest, so you talked about getting a call in your class and calling back, that was set up through a meeting with your attorney present. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you talked to the investigator,
I did.
and you told the investigator the relevant details in the case that you remembered?
I answered the questions asked to me.
Okay. And did you explain what had gone on thus far?
I'd answered the questions as they were asked to me.
And so you didn't offer any outside information outside the questions that were asked of you.
I don't recall the full answers that I gave 2 years ago.
Did you mention anything about this quiz to that investigator?
I don't recall.
When you submitted your report to UC Davis about your concern seeing Mr. Dominguez, did you include anything about this name that didn't match?
No, my report did not contain that.
And so was that not something that was concerning to you at the time?
It struck me as more bizarre than concerning at the time.
You were reporting other bizarre behavior that was going on, correct?
Yes,
But did not include that?
I did not include that.
And so when was the first time that you made a statement to anyone about this issue with the names?
What do you mean?
So-
What do you mean by statement, I guess?
So you testified about a potential strange, non-normal name on a quiz, and whether to, I obviously don't want to get into conversations that you've had with an attorney, so I'm just trying to ask as to either law enforcement or a defense investigator or someone involved in the case itself, when was the first time that you told anybody about this name issue?
The first time that I think that I recalled this detail and told it to somebody involved in the case, I believe was my interview with the defense a few weeks ago.
And so that was on May 7th,
Okay, I don't remember the exact date, but that seems very plausible.
just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago.
And so between that time, you didn't notify law enforcement or anyone else about this issue.
Nobody involved with the case, no.
And during the interview, when you talked about this quiz, you mentioned that all the quizzes that were involved, you turned over to your attorney, Mr. Holmes.
I turned over all of the quizzes that I had retained.
Okay. So, but in your statement, you said you told them that you had turned over all the quizzes, correct?
Again, I turned over all of the quizzes that I had retained.
Is that what you said at the time? Or
I don't
did you
remember
say
what
you
I said
turned
at the
over all?
time.
Say again?
I do not recall what I said at the time.
Did you mention anything at the time about not retaining some quizzes?
No.
And so Mr. Olmos then had quizzes that you gave to him from Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And so he was retaining them, right?
Yes.
And so he was able to then provide those quizzes to the defense team that you were speaking with, right?
Foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
This was on a Zoom call?
Excuse me, can you ask again?
This interview, was it on a Zoom call?
It was.
And were you on the call?
I was on the call.
And was Mr. Holmes on the call?
He was.
And
Well,
so,
at one point he was dropped from the call, but he was there most of the time.
and so from the time that you were there, did you see Mr. Olmos saying that he was going to send over these?
Hearsay.
Hold on just a second. Counsel, I need to get a background on what's going on here. Thank you. Feel free to stand up, stretch. Thanks for your patience with me.
All right, he is meeting with the lawyers, a little side bar. Their side bars are a lot different than Bev's side bars. So we are listening to Dr. Ava Bindis. She taught English literature at UC Davis. She taught Carlos. He attended, I believe she said, 2 classes. I'll go through my notes here, but the first one was April 10th of 2023, and the first stabbing was April 27th. So that was David that got stabbed and deleted on April 27th. So Carlos joined the second week of instruction, which is extremely common. Okay, looks like we're back.
Okay, back on the record. I think we've agreed to move on off that topic.
May I push my instruction?
Yes.
Ms. Bindis, I'm handing you with the mark for identification purposes as People's 87. Could you take a look at that for me, please?
Here it is.
And do you recognize People's 87?
Yes, it's a reading quiz.
Could you just flip through, it's multiple pages, I believe it's 4. Could you just flip through them?
Here it is, yeah. There are 4 reading quizzes.
Thank you. And do you recognize these as being the reading quizzes that were submitted by Mr. Dominguez in your course?
They're copies of them, yes.
And so are these true and accurate copies of the quizzes that were submitted to you?
Yes.
And so these are the quizzes that were talked about by defense counsel as being strange or not English.
Just strange, yes.
And so you mentioned that these, at least one of the questions had a kind of characteristic answer of somebody who was not doing the reading and had just simply guessed or put something.
I did.
And was that true for all the quizzes?
I don't recall.
Would it assist if I handed you the exhibit again?
That would be helpful, yes. Do you mind if I just hold on to it for the purpose of these questions?
For a couple of questions,
Okay.
I could put it up on the overhead. It's-
Okay. Oh, yeah. Could you repeat the question?
So are these kind of questions or answers things that are similar to what you would expect for people that just didn't do the reading or just trying to put something down on the paper to try and get an answer?
On the whole, yes, but no.
And so I was hoping to get some understanding as to the order of the quizzes. Let's just start with page 1. Do you recall what order your quizzes were in?
They corresponded to the poems that I'd ordered on the syllabus based on different poetic devices that I was trying to emphasize from week to week.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is at the top of the quizzes, there's like names for each quiz. I'm trying to understand if based on the name of the quiz, you can say this quiz was first, and then this quiz was second, and this quiz was third. That's
If I had access to my syllabus, I could, yes.
okay, but you don't have that with you today?
I do not.
Understood. So there's 2 quizzes, 3 and 4, pages 3 and 4 on the exhibit. One is marked simile 1, and the second is simile 2.
So-
For those 2, would simile 2 be after simile 1?
Correct, they would. It would.
But you wouldn't be able to say whether the simile quizzes were before the syntax quiz or before the rhyme 2 quiz.
I couldn't say.
Understood.
You're welcome.
Actually, we're not going to have time for reading that. I'm going to approach you with what's been marked for identification purposes, People's 88. Take a look at that for me, please.
Yes. This appears to be an essay on a poem.
Understood. Is that a poem that you do in your class?
The poem here, despite the title, well, yes, the title of the paper incorrectly references the title of the poem, but the body of the paper correctly references the poem's name is One Art. The title here says One's Art.
Understood. And so, do you recognize that as the paper that was submitted by Mr. Dominguez in your course?
I did not read the paper.
Right. But from the caption on there, can you tell whose paper that is?
Objection, foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled.
The paper in front of me has Carlos Dominguez's name on it and my course title.
Understood. And does it have the submission date on it?
Yes.
And is this the date that the paper was submitted? Or that Mr. Dominguez submitted a paper to you?
I couldn't tell you without access to my Canvas page.
Understood. And so if you were able to access your Canvas page, could you tell us whether this was the exact paper that he submitted to your course?
I could tell if I had access to those records.
Thank you. And so is this the paper, when you were talking about a paper being submitted and that there were things in it that weren't English, is this what you're referring to?
No.
Or what paper are you referring to then?
I was referring to some of his quiz answers, or to one quiz answer in particular, and I can highlight it if I refer to them.
We'll get back to that in 1 second. Just for this paper, there was not that same non-English issue here.
I never graded his first paper. I remember seeing on Canvas that he had submitted a paper, but I never graded his paper.
Understood. Thank you. I'm going to collect that. And so, One Art is a poem or writing that students in your class are required to evaluate or do a paper on?
They can choose to do a paper on any of the poems that I teach. I teach One Art as one of the poems. So they
could choose to do a paper on a variety of poems, and this is one of the ones that they could choose?
Yes.
And so this is consistent with being a paper that someone would submit for your course?
It appears that way.
And so I'm going to bring back 87, which is the quizzes, and you were referencing that you were able to point that out.
Well, and I guess that maybe this doesn't make sense if you're just reading these, but this is one of these quizzes I ask which poem has stanzas of equal length, and for these reading quizzes I always write all of the names of the assigned poems on the front board so that students don't misspell them, honestly. So for this question, it would be reasonable to look to the board and pick, even if you don't know which one has stanzas of equal length, you would pick a poem that's on the board, sensibly. This answer appears, my reading of it says two words. The first word is sonatic. The second word is symmetric. And symmetric is obviously very close to symmetrical, but I don't know if actually it's its own standalone word. And sonatic is not a word that I've heard before. And these words together are not a title of a poem.
I should put that on the order. Thank you.
Or at least a poem that I taught in my class.
So this question is which poem has stanzas of equal length?
Yes.
And it's talking about something with symmetry.
Well, presumably, again, those aren't words, but you could infer that they're close to words.
Understood. And so this was marked as wrong.
It was.
And So I'm just going to very quickly, we're not going to read all of it, I just want to understand the grades for each of these. So for the first quiz that we have, it doesn't have a grading metric on it. How many possible points were there on this quiz?
It would be easier if I had my course records, but I can do some math, and I hope it's close. I gave a point for the name, which was some things that sometimes students forgot in general, so good job. And then, so it's 1 for name, 1 point, I think, for question 1, 2 points for question 2. I don't remember know how many points I would have given for question 3. So there's no way I can tell you the exact total without having access to my grade book.
Understood. So on this, he scored a total of 6 points.
Yeah, pretty good.
And so he missed 1, and then however many.
Yeah, probably multiple points there.
2, 3, 4?
Up to 4, but probably 2 or 3.
Understood. And so then the second one is the one we just looked at, and that was a score of 2 out of 8.
Yeah.
And the next one is ungraded.
Or unscored.
It doesn't have the fraction on it. So of these 5 questions, 3 of them are multiple choice,
Yes.
and 2 of the 3 are wrong.
Of the 3 multiple choice, 2 are incorrect.
And then do you recall how many possible points there were for 3?
I don't recall.
And do you recall how many possible points there were for 5?
There would have been 2 because I asked about 2 poems.
So both of these are these names of poems?
No, I believe the top says Brown, which is the last name of one of the poets taught in my class. I don't know if it was connected to this day. I don't know what the second word says.
It's because of the handwriting.
The handwriting, it does start with a P, and so I think if there would have been if it could have been plausibly correct, I would have liked to think I would have given the point.
And so on the next one, it's got 4 out of
7.
Okay, and so it was originally 4 and then corrected to 7.
Yeah, I also, I guess it doesn't matter.
And so in the first question, we have it, the first 2 questions we have wrong,
Correct.
and then 2 multiple choice questions that are correct.
Yes.
And then we have a question in really faint writing where you just had 1 point.
Yep.
And could that have been up to 2 points or?
I don't recall.
Understood. Yeah, I just don't know. I got it. Just want to make sure that I got through everything. I remember what I want to talk about now. Going back to May 1st, you had talked about bumping into him or seeing him in the hallway. Is there like a follow-on session or anything that goes on after your class for students to meet up or anything like that?
No, it's a standalone course.
Do you have office hours after that?
I have office hours, but I don't recall what times they were.
And did Mr. Dominguez go to your office hours?
No, I do not recall him ever attending my office hours.
So related to your course, if your course ended at 6, is there anything related to your course that would cause a student to hang around that area for another 45 minutes?
Nothing related to my course, no.
Thank you, counsel. Any redirect?
Ma'am, as you sit here today, do you have any independent memory of what that name was that was on the test?
Are you asking about the initial quiz?
Yes.
I do not have any memory, no.
So if I were to start going through and giving you names, would you just be guessing?
I would just be guessing.
The only thing you're certain of, the name was not Carlos Reales Dominguez.
I'm certain.
Any doubt in your mind that the person who left that name on the quiz was Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The prosecutor seemed to suggest maybe it was another student who had dropped your class, who just wasn't on your waiting list, but came in, took that test, and then poof. Any chance that could have happened?
No.
Based on everything you saw, who was the person who used a different name on that initial test?
I believe it was Carlos.
You described your class as a hard A, but an easy B.
Yes.
If you had to give a progress report right before Mr. Reales was dropped from the class, what grade would you have given him?
Very low, potentially around a D, maybe an F.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're done?
That's one question.
Okay, one question from there. Go ahead.
The name on the quiz wasn't John, correct?
It's impossible for me to say.
Okay, thank you. She's been asked a couple times and given answers. The jury will have to decide. Okay, Dr. Bindis, thank you for your time, your testimony, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. At this time, do not discuss, do not form any opinions, do not research. I'll see you back in 15 minutes, folks. Thank you. Off the record.
All right, so we're going to go through, that was the morning session. So what do you guys think of the judge, those that have not been watching this trial with us? What do you guys think? What do you think of Mr. McAdam? Let me know what you think about the judge. I know there's a lot of new people in here. What do you guys think? All right, so Dr. Ava Bindis, she who looks like Mia Jokovic, and also who was the other one? The Shanda Gardner. She looks like so many people. It's weird. All right. So anyway, Dr. Ava Bindis. She taught English literature at UC Davis. She taught Carlos. Carlos started April 10th, 2023. The class was from 4 until 6 p.m. She was 28 years old in the spring. So when she was teaching, she was 28. So she was only like, 8 years older, 6, 7, 8 years older than everybody. Carlos joined the second week of instruction, and she says it's extremely common. She says what she taught wasn't an easy A, but it was not a challenging B. She describes Carlos, he had a hoodie. He always came to class, and he only came, I think, 2 times. So he had long hair. He always had a hoodie on. The hoodie was up. Always had a face mask on. And remember, this is 2023, so there's really not a reason to be wearing a mask, but he was just doing that. It was a dark hoodie. It had a Playboy logo on it. So not only was his appearance unusual, but his behavior was unusual as well. She said he was very reserved. He didn't talk, and she describes more. There was a reading quiz. But in that interaction, Carlos didn't have any body or verbal language to indicate he was listening. He made no eye contact. There was no response from him. She tried to get Carlos to communicate by asking him to share an observation about a poem on the board. She asked every other student, and she tried to get Carlos to respond. She put in a fair amount of effort. She did implore him multiple times. So after initially no response, she moved. So she was behind the podium. She writes it on the board or posts it, whatever, behind her. She's interacting with her students. Carlos is not interacting, so she goes around the room. Then she moves from behind the podium, and she goes up and she tries to get Carlos to engage. Still no eye contact. She said Carlos wasn't destructive. The name on the quiz didn't appear on record, nor did she recognize it. She doesn't remember the name at this point. She scored all the other quizzes, and the only one missing was Carlos. So by process of elimination, she figured out it was Carlos. It was nothing resembling Carlos, Dominguez, Alejandro, nothing like that. That struck her as unusual because most students in college know how to indicate their correct name on an exam, right? I mean, kind of basic, right? Then April 10th, there was a different name, right? And so we talked about that. So she knew about his arrest, and then UC Davis requested documents and provided to her a lawyer named Dan Almost. So she said there was no reason to retain that quiz because there were no answers. It was an incorrect name. She said it was like just scrap paper. She said Carlos always wore the same hoodie. No, I'm sorry. He always wore a hoodie and a mask, so she never got a good look at his face. Responses came after multiple requests for observation of a poem. Let's see. If he did reply, she said the answers were short and didn't contain relevant content. She said the responses were disengaged and not what she would expect from a college student. Sometimes he would use his name and he wouldn't score well. She said the quizzes were short and worth 10 points and his scores were well below 50%. She said they were incorrect and confusing responses. His answers didn't make sense. Then she uses this one Emily Dickinson poem to define impregnable, and she says his response was, "It's a woman who cannot get pregnant." She kind of looked over at the jury. I remember, kind of chuckled. She's like, "It's kind of funny. And it's typical college student who didn't read. It's typical of a college student who didn't read the assignment." She says it's a trick question, and she puts those on her quizzes for that exact reason. She couldn't even recognize his language that he did put on. So I took some screenshots of it. Let's see if we can. She couldn't even recognize, and I'm just trying to think. Brown's reference. Okay, let me pull up. This is what. Let's see. Let's see if we can actually read this. Carlos's quiz. Carlos quiz. Let's see if we can read it. His handwriting is not that good, obviously, but let's just see if we can. Let's see if we can try and read what he wrote here. All right, so Carlos Dominguez, he definitely, according to Brown's speaker, a poem is a gesture toward yourself. Which two poems reference implicitly or explicitly a lover? Brown's references are, big scratch out. Oh, maybe implicit, and implicitly poem referencing a lover is oneself. Oh, Pammy, thank you for that. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for your generous donation there, Pammy. You are the best. Appreciate you. Thank you, Pammy. Thank you for that. All right. What is one material / physical object and one immaterial / metaphorical thing that the speaker loses in one art? Okay, this is the one art. Okay. Physical object speaker loses in one art is now. Can't quite read that. The sentences. One metaphorical thing the speaker in one art is the rhythm. I don't know. It's kind of making sense, right? Is that making sense? Or is it just me? Did he use a Sharpie? It kind of does look like he used a Sharpie, right? All right, let's continue on. So she said letters together in word-like units that were incomprehensible. Incomprehensible. I don't know. I can kind of read that. Brown's references are implicity. All right. Group settings, Carlos seemed more engaged and potentially talking. She said his mouth was moving. She was concerned Carlos had mental illness. and she had heard about schizophrenia. She didn't have any knowledge of it, nor did she have any training. She remembers David getting stabbed. She made a report April 12th about concerns to the Office of Judicial and Student Affairs. They offer a report form for all instructors as concerned or concerning students. Carlos attended 2 classes, and he was not disruptive or threatening. She said it was clear something was wrong, though. She described the body language and behavior and concluded something was wrong, and it was some kind of mental illness. That's a web form through OSSJA, so never received a response for that form. So then Karim's stabbing was April 29th, right? David was the 27th. Karim's is the 29th. She read this general description of the person who attacked Karim, and she said her heart sank, and she was worried it was Carlos. She said she thought about it for at least a day, then she consulted with trusted people and about calling law enforcement. She struggled because the description was incredibly vague, and she didn't want to introduce law enforcement into Carlos's life if something else was going on, and that would just make the situation even worse. She uses a CMS, a content management system called Canvas, which students' grades go on that, all kinds of information goes on that. So she accessed her Canvas page, and she noticed Carlos was no longer on her roster. That's how she kind of figured out he was kicked out. May 1st, she says, was a Monday morning. She left a tip with law enforcement identifying Carlos. April 12th, the report, she still got no response from UC Davis, which is weird. Why have this whole, concern about your students if you don't get a response? That seems a little odd. Hopefully they'll fix that, because if you have a concern about a student and you have this portal, this thing that you're allowed to fill out, somebody should be monitoring that, like at least once a day, I would think. So classes, okay, so then here, so classes ended early that day, so all students left, and she did too. So as she's leaving, Carlos is coming through the door that she's heading out. She said he had a hoodie on. She said she was scared. She was about 20 yards away. She thought about leaving a different route, but she didn't know how to get outside. So Carlos and her literally pass within a yard from each other, and he doesn't acknowledge her, he doesn't look at her, he doesn't do anything. So let's see. So the department chair eventually came to her apartment and told her Carlos had been arrested. Then an investigator contacted her, so that's when she texts her lawyer friend. Then she texted the administrator. They got her connected with a lawyer. UC Davis is paying for the lawyer. She is not paying for it. She says it's been difficult to testify. Then under cross, Carlos wore a different hoodie May 1st from the previous classes. His name, the name was nonsensical. She just couldn't figure out what the name was. It was not what I'm showing. It was something else. She said it was not like John or Steve. She doesn't remember how long it was or if it was 1 or 2 words. She said the report didn't contain the name. It struck her more bizarre than concerning. That's why she didn't put it on the report. She turned over all the quizzes. So he was only there for 2 days, and he took all these quizzes. He took like 4 or 5 quizzes. That's right. That seems really bizarre. Like then, okay. So she turned over the quizzes to her lawyer. So then one art is correct. Somebody wrote one's art. So this is one. I think this is one. Is this one art? Yeah, okay, so this is one art. So physical object speaker loses in one art. So I don't see... I'm confused. Well, maybe they showed stuff I missed. So she's handed quizzes. She's handed an essay on the poem. Oh, she's handed quizzes with questions from people that didn't read the assignment. She didn't grade Carlos's paper. She saw that it was submitted. Which poem has stanzas of equal length? That's one thing that she would write. She said it would be reasonable to look to the board and choose the right answer. Let's look at the other one. I took another screenshot. This one I can't really tell. Let's see. Yeah, I can't. That's just. There's some multiple questions there. I can't quite read. Yeah. So all I see is feeling described in the poem. Yeah, I can't quite read that. So she said there were 2 words, sonatic which is not a word she's ever heard before, and then symmetric. She says that is not a poem that she's taught in her class. So she said there's no opportunity for a student to meet after class. She does have office hours, but Carlos never attended. The course ended at 6. There's no reason for a student to hang out afterwards. Again, she doesn't recall the name. It definitely wasn't Carlos. And at this point, she would have given Carlos a D or an F. So that's where we stand with that. All right. Mill says one's art seems to be an intended expression. I think just taking one little thing on its own would have been fine, but you add all these things together, and again, I mean, you guys know artists. I mean, visual artists. We've all seen movies of artists that are, not all together there. Musicians, how many musicians, that we've read about, seen movies about, they're not all together there. So, Carlos could have been this, I guess he had schizophrenia and he just couldn't keep it together. But, he could have been, well, I'm not going to speculate what he could have been, but experts will come in. We're going to hear from 3, that we're going to hear from 3, I believe, on Friday. And they will, that's when it's going to be really interesting. We have to get through the 6.5 hour interview of him first of all. But they are going to have 3 experts come in. Amy Gutierrez, Brandy Hallstaff, and Dr. Patricia Tyler. She's the treating psychiatrist, and then the other 2, Brandy and Amy, are just mental health practitioners. I'm not quite sure what they are. But Dr. Tyler, she did the emergency medication. She's the one that got Carlos on emergency medication. So we are going to hear from them probably Friday. But is Stephen King, is he I always feel like, and I've said this for those that have watched this whole trial, you've heard me say this before. For those that are new to this trial, art comes from different places other than just normalcy. Art comes from deep pain. It comes from potentially deep joy. Me personally, the best art I've ever created is when I was in really just sad and upset, and you got to get it out. That's for me. I'm so happy I have a guitar, because back when I was living by myself and going through what I was going through, and it was never bad. It was just like breakups or BS with band members or just crap like that. It was great to have that guitar because I could express myself. Painters, how often does we've seen all the movies, painters haunted by their demons, it looks like we might come back here.
Okay, let's go back on the record. After the mid-morning break, we're in the defense case. Mr. Hutchinson, witness to call.
Defense calls Jean Lyon, Your Honor.
Okay, let's get Jean Lyon. Good morning. Come on in, Ms. Lyon, and stand here at the podium before me. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We'll have 2 lawyers asking questions.
Yes, sir. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please sit.
Thank you.
State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Jean Lyon, Jean Lyon.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am the Deputy Director of Police Services for the Davis Police Department
And how long have you held that position?
since 2022.
And what does your position entail?
I oversee the non-sworn staff of the Davis Police Department, which includes records and communications, which is dispatch, code enforcement, parking, and all of the other non-sworn staff.
In your role, are you familiar with how police body-worn cameras are downloaded and saved on your system?
I'm familiar with the retention of body-worn camera.
Retention of body-worn camera. And are you familiar with the periods that body-worn cameras were retained from, let's say, February 2023 through May of 2023?
Yes,
Were you working your position at that time?
yes,
And ma'am, we heard testimony that sometimes body cameras are uploaded as an arrest or case, and sometimes they're uploaded as a citation or contact.
correct.
Okay. Does the amount of time body camera recordings are retained for vary depending on how they're classified?
Yes,
Once again, from the period of February 2023 through May of 2023, how long was body camera footage retained that was classified as a contact or citation?
if when it was downloaded, it was classified by the officer as an arrest or a case, it would have been retained for 2 years.
Okay. But my question was, we're going to get to that. I'm asking about if they downloaded and it classified as a contact or citation.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. 1 year,
Okay, so for contact or citation, it's 1 year?
correct.
So, if no one goes in and makes a copy of that recording during that 1 year period, after that 1 year period passes, is the recording gone?
Yes,
But can someone go in during that 1 year period and make a copy if they wish to?
correct.
For a case or an arrest, how long is that retained for? Again, from February 2023 to May of 2023.
2 years,
And if during that 2 year period, no one goes in and makes a copy, after 2 years, is all that footage gone?
yes,
Now, we were told by Detective Yu that it was a person named Joel Troche who had this information. Was Mr. Troche the person we were supposed to be asking, or are you the person we should be asking?
that would be me.
Okay. And even though you weren't served with a subpoena, did you voluntarily agree to appear this morning?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am, I appreciate it. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So questioning by Attorney Vanderhook.
Who is Joel Troche? What's his job at the police department?
he's a police service specialist, and he serves in the capacity as a property and evidence clerk.
And so he also assists with managing different evidence items. Does his current responsibilities include things related to body cameras?
His current responsibilities do. They didn't at the time that this case occurred.
And so Mr. Troche would be familiar with the current retention times?
He doesn't deal with retention period of body-worn camera specifically. He deals with the making of recordings for the district attorney's office. So he makes the recordings, but he doesn't deal with retention.
Understood. When body cameras recordings are uploaded and they're associated with an arrest, is there some kind of number that is applied to the body camera recording to say that it's associated with a particular arrest?
There is now, yes.
And back in April, May of 2023, would there a case number be applied to that recording?
Not necessarily.
And what about for contacts? Is there if there's a contact with no arrest, is there any kind of record like a police report that's associated with things that don't result in arrests?
It's possible.
What is a catalog?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with CAD numbers?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
On body camera recordings, can a number, other than a case number, be attached to the camera to indicate what is associated with?
Objection outside scope.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
Objection foundation.
Okay, sustained, laid foundation.
How do you know that?
I know that because I also manage the interface between our CAD system and the body-worn camera system
Now, what's that interface?
to our CAD system. It's an interface that manages the connection between the two systems, with our CAD system and our body-worn camera system.
And what's the CAD system?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I don't have any questions. I'd ask that this witness be ordered back for June 3rd.
I'm going to need an offer of proof on, I went over this yesterday, so, and she's cooperating, so let's go ahead and work on that together. And I don't quite understand the evidentiary dispute right now between the parties, so I want to meet outside the presence of the jury so I understand it. And you're not going on any vacation anytime soon?
I have a family member, my daughter, who's having surgery on tomorrow, and I need to care for her.
Okay. All right. Well, we can get you back. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, you may be recalled as a witness, okay?
I just have one more question.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
One more question. If a body camera recording existed and then it dropped off the retention period, is there still a record that it used to exist and just like the contents has been deleted, or is just all records of the existence of the recording gone forever?
It's gone.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. And any follow-up? No. Okay, so Ms. Lyon, again, thank you. And if we need you, we're going to reach out. I appreciate you volunteering, appearing.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, so Mr. Hutchinson, collecting witnesses, do you have one to call?
I do. That's called Detective Matt Muscardini.
Okay, let's get the detective. Okay, sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Come on in, stand at the podium. We're going to go through the process that you're familiar with. Clerk will swear you in, and we'll have you take a witness stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Let's call them both.
Matthew Muscardini, Mathew, Muscardini.
Okay, thank you. Direct exam.
Good morning, Detective Muscardini.
Good morning.
Sir, in the early morning of May 2nd, 2023, did you go to UC Davis Medical Center?
Yes.
Why did you go to UC Davis Medical Center?
I was called by a supervisor from the Davis Police Department and responded from my house.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I don't remember exactly when. It was just after midnight, maybe 12:15, 12:30.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was not.
Did you speak with anyone?
I did.
Did you, who was the person you spoke?
Kimberlee Guillory.
And did you take a statement from Ms. Guillory about the stabbing that had happened just an hour or so earlier?
Yes, I did.
Did you record that?
Yes, I did.
How did you record it?
I recorded it on my work cell phone.
And where was Ms. Guillory at when you spoke to her?
She was at UC Davis Medical Center
In terms of within UC Davis Medical?
in the emergency room.
Was she in an emergency room bed?
Yes.
And when you spoke with her, did you point your camera to the ground so you could capture the audio but not film her in her hospital bed?
Yes.
And at some point during the interview, did you ask her to describe what she could recall about the assault that she'd experienced?
Yes.
And was that recorded on your body camera? I mean, your phone, excuse me.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play a clip. I have transcripts for the court and jury because it's all audio. So
Oh, it's all audio?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
it's audio and
I understand, you've explained, the witness explained. Okay, so we'll mark the transcript next in order, court exhibit. We will hand to the jury, and we'll collect these afterwards. These are just a tool, they're not actually evidence. That is the transcript. The actual evidence is the audio tape playing. What's the exhibit number?
I believe it's Exhibit E.
Thank you. This is being offered under Evidence Code 1235, I take it?
yes, prior inconsistent statement.
Thank you.
Now, Detective Muscardini, before I hit play, are those your feet?
Yes.
There appears that there was blood on the ground, so this is actually in the emergency room where Miss Guillory is still has some active bleeding, obviously.
Yes.
They go right now, and then they got a lot going on.
I didn't get really, that didn't look at him, I think he's white, he's definitely white. It's blonde hair,
Long curly hair.
kind of, I don't know if it was heavy or just maybe because of the hair.
Alright.
He just came out of nowhere. It was sort of,
Where do you live at?
I'm lost.
I mean, where is your tent at?
I'm right across where TG is on town,
Okay.
and just before it turns on the second.
Okay. Did you see a weapon or anything like that?
I didn't see anything, no. I thought he punched me.
Can you describe his clothing or
I
anything?
can't, no.
Okay.
I didn't really get a look at it. It kind of, everything kind of happens.
Can you tell me what he looked like again?
He had blonde hair, curly hair.
Okay.
I don't know how tall he was.
White, black, Hispanic? White? Okay. You saw if he had facial hair?
I didn't see his face, obviously. All I know is they're just hair.
Did you tell if he was wearing pants or shorts?
He might have been wearing a shirt because I think he walked past my tent earlier.
Okay.
It looked like a woman, kind of. But I don't know. And the kids next to me, they said that when there was a man, he came up to their tent or something, and I didn't know if he had a weapon or not.
Okay.
We'll have to ask Isaiah. And he said that I think there was a girl with him. My house was getting really dry. There was a girl with him, and she was sitting on the on the tracks crying or something.
Okay,
I think he called the police. I'm not sure.
okay. You said that how
That
long,
was like maybe a half hour before this happened.
how long do you think his hair was?
It wasn't quite to his shoulders.
It wasn't to his shoulders?
No.
You said it was blonde and curly?
Curly.
Okay. Did you recognize this person?
I didn't see his face.
Okay. But you said he might have been wearing shorts?
I don't know, honestly. I
That's
didn't
fine.
see the rest of his body.
Okay, I understand.
I'm just guessing.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We got them all back on the jury, that's fine. Yeah.
Detective Muscardini, at the very beginning, when she says blonde hair and you added blonde curly hair, had she already referenced blonde curly hair earlier in the interview?
Yes,
Okay. So that's what you were adding. She'd already mentioned curly hair.
correct.
And after Mr. Reales, Dominguez was arrested, did you contact Ms. Guillory to advise her that an arrest had been made?
Yes.
And did she ask you, what did she ask you when you told her that an arrest had been made?
She asked me if the person had blonde hair.
Where did you contact her?
I believe it was in the ICU. There was a couple times I contacted her, so I can't be 100% sure that's where it was. I'd have to, yeah.
Did you contact her on May 4th, the day after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested?
Yes.
When she asked you if the person had blonde hair, what did you tell her?
I told her that they had dark hair.
And so at that point you knew that her statement of blonde hair was wrong, correct? Based on Mr. Reales Dominguez was clearly did not have blonde hair.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. And he's called as witness later today
I need him at 1:30, yes.
at 1:30. Okay, any questions at this time? Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant Muscardini.
Good morning.
Sergeant Muscardini, when you first contacted Ms. Guillory, she was in the ER, correct?
Yes.
And that was before her surgery?
Yes.
At the time, did you know whether or not she had been given anything for her pain?
I did not know.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay, so Sergeant, then, thank you for your patience and being here this morning, and we'll see you at 1:30.
Thank you.
We can do 1:45 now, we have another witness.
Yeah, that's fair, 1:45.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, next witness.
Call Alex Torres.
Okay. For my benefit, is Detective Torres, he's being called once today?
Yes.
Okay, so this is our one time, thank you. All right, sir, good morning. Thanks for being here. Same routine. Take the oath in the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not to for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Alex Torres, ALEXTORRES.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is becoming a routine. I apologize.
Yes.
So were you involved in a search of a residence at 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
And did you book items into evidence that were collected at the scene?
Yes.
And did you write reports documenting the items that were booked into evidence?
Yes.
And were you actually at the scene?
Yes.
Sir, do you recall a hamper with some potential blood on it being collected and booked into evidence?
Yes.
Did you write a report documenting that item?
Yes.
Do you have that report with you?
Yes, I do.
Is that supplement 33?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you also book into evidence a white shirt, a green shirt with white on it that had suspected bloodstains?
Yes.
Did you see let's back up, the hamper that was booked? Did you see that before it was packaged and booked into evidence?
No.
Did the FBI provide it to you?
Yes.
But did they advise you what was in the package?
Yes.
And did you use that information and put it in the report?
Yes.
Did you also book into evidence some athletic shorts, red and white athletic shorts that had suspected blood on them?
Yes. Believe it was black and white athletic shorts. If I could review my notes.
Well, we'll get to that. But you never saw the shorts.
No.
Did you also book into evidence bedding that had suspected blood on it, or potential blood on it?
Yes.
These items that the FBI gave you, were they already in paper bags when you got them?
Yes.
So once you received them, what was your process? What did you do?
My process was to take the items that I was given by the FBI, return to the Davis Police Department, and have them booked into evidence.
And when you book them into evidence, do you give them a specific item number?
When I book them into evidence, each property item entered into the system gets an automatic number, the next in sequence, to designate the item number that it is. I use the reference numbers that was provided by the FBI, and to show that it was collected by the FBI, put their designation, FBI, in front of the number.
If you have supplement 33, could you pull that up?
Yes. Yes.
And turning first to the hamper, did you indicate in a report that the hamper was stained with suspected blood?
Yes.
And what item number did you give the hamper?
That was, I believe, assigned item number 140. If I could look at my report to refresh.
You don't need to be refreshed, you got it.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Objection. Counsel testifying.
Well,
Sure.
Anyway, it's incidental.
Did you also note that the green and white shirt had suspected blood stains on both sides of the collar in your report?
Yes.
And did you book that item into evidence?
Yes.
And what item number did you give it?
I believe it was 139.
Did you also book the athletic shorts into evidence?
Yes.
And in that, did you describe that the athletic shorts had stains on the lower pant leg of the front and rear right side?
From what I recall, yes.
And did you actually indicate the color of the shorts in your report?
Yeah, I believe I did, yes.
Refresh your memory to look at your report.
Yes, it would.
More specific, in supplement 33, did you note the color of the athletic shorts?
I believe I did. From what I recall, I did. 1 second. If not, then I would have put it in the actual evidence item list for the report itself.
My question is for the report.
Oh, there it is. In the report itself, I don't think I actually noted the color.
You noted athletic shorts?
Yes.
With suspected bloodstains?
Yes.
But you did not indicate the color?
Yes.
And when you, what date did you finish supplement 33, according to the report?
According to the report, it would have been it was finalized and reviewed May 30th.
If you recall, what date did you complete the report?
From my recollection, it would have been within a week of the date of the 3rd, or when the warrant was served.
So although your report indicates May 4th, that may have been when you started the report. It could have been completed within a week.
Yes.
Once it was completed, who does it get sent to for approval?
It's sent to because this was an investigations-related case, as in by detectives, it would have been investigation supervisor to review.
And is the investigation supervisor expected to review the report?
Yes.
Okay. And once they review the report, what do they do?
Then they mark it as approved, reviewed if there are no corrections. It gets forwarded over to records for finalized viewing, usually an attachment of any changes that were made to the property sheet added at the bottom, and then, or to the report, like updated names or updated phone numbers, things like that added to the bottom. And then once records has that confirmed, they approve it, which is finalized so that no changes can be made. Typically after that, once it's approved by records, it's printed out and then scanned to the report as a PDF.
And if there's an active case, person being prosecuted, is that report forwarded to the district attorney's office, ultimately?
Yes.
Who was the supervisor who approved your report, supplement 33?
From my recollection, Sergeant Janelle Bestbitch.
And what date does the report indicate Sergeant Bestbitch approved the report?
May 30th.
Okay. And do you see a Sergeant Bestbitch in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to her and identify where she's at?
Yes, it's the young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair seated behind the both prosecuting counsel.
Well done, sir. Sir, did you at some point receive a subpoena to bring items 140, 139, and 138 to court?
Yes,
Who did you receive that subpoena from?
from the defense counsel office.
And that would be me?
Yes.
Prior to that, had anyone ever requested, anyone from the district attorney's office requested that items, to your knowledge, 140, 139, and 138 be brought to court?
I have no knowledge of it, as in, I don't know.
Need to mark them. Sir, do you have gloves up there at this point or no?
No. Thank you.
Sir, when an item is booked into evidence and sealed, do you do anything to note the date it was sealed?
When I collect items that are sealed and notation, it is usually on the tape that is on the enclosed part of the packaging, a date for sealing, and initials of who sealed it.
And if on a subsequent date that package is reopened, how do you note the date it was reopened?
By documenting the date and time of checkout is done in the actual individual log for the item number. Then when I reseal it, I try to use the same sealing location but add new tape, unbroken, with the date and the initials.
So I'm showing you what's been marked defense exhibit GG. Sir, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is, yes.
What is it?
This is item number 140, which is the hamper found inside the home.
And does that bag indicate when that bag was sealed?
Yes,
And what date was it sealed?
May 4th, 2023.
So is there any indication that that bag was ever reopened since May 4th of 2023?
No, not that I can tell.
And May 4th of 2023, was that the day after the search of the Hawthorne residence, or was it the day of the
From my recollection, it was the day of.
day of?
Yeah, yes.
So based on your review of that exhibit, has that been opened since May 4th of 2023?
Not that I can see.
Okay. Does it have a sticker that indicates biohazard on it?
Yes.
Why is there a sticker that says biohazard on it?
Typically, if something is suspected to contain some sort of biological material, such as blood, feces, that type of thing that could be a contaminant of some kind, we put biohazard on it so that anyone handling this would know chances are there's blood on an item in here.
If something had paint on it, would you put a biohazard sticker on there?
No, not typically, no.
And so you've never opened this bag?
I have not, no.
Okay. And you received this from the FBI, correct?
Yes, as packaged.
And so, to your knowledge, no one from the Davis Police Department has ever opened up this package to this day.
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, can I ask you to open the package?
Yes, sir. I just need scissors.
Just a second.
Oh, thank you.
Have you seen photographs of the item in there or no?
Yes.
So you have, in reviewing the evidence, you've seen the photographs of the hamper with suspected blood on it.
Yes.
Could you please remove it? Could you extend the hamper? So I'd like to direct your attention to what would be the handle to my right. Do you see stains on the top of that handle?
Yes.
Those appear to be blood stains from your head.
Yes.
And, sir, to your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department test that hamper to confirm that the blood stains are blood?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department conduct DNA analysis on that apparent blood stain to determine whose blood it was?
No.
Sir, can you package it back up?
I'm going to try.
So I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit HH.
Yes.
So you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item number 139, item collected from inside the Hawthorne residence.
And what was item 139 again?
My recollection, green shirt.
With suspected blood stains?
Yes.
Does this item indicate what date it was sealed?
Yes.
And what date was it sealed?
May 4th, 2023.
Okay. Is there any indication that that bag has ever been opened after May 4th, 2023?
No.
Does that bag have a biohazard sticker as well?
Yes, it does.
Sir, would you open that?
Yes.
As well?
Take out its contents.
And sir, have you seen photographs of the green shirt with suspected blood?
Photographs only, yes.
And sir, looking, and you can maybe tilt it for the jury to see, there appear to be blood stains by the collar.
Yes, left and right side at the collar.
And looking to the lower shirt, there appear to be blood stains on the front of the shirt.
Yes, I believe lower front panel.
And are there any on the back or just the front?
Hard to tell on a stain on the back corner right here.
Sir, to your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department ever swab those suspected blood stains to confirm that they are blood?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone from the Davis Police Department ever conduct any DNA testing to determine whose blood is on that T-shirt?
No.
Back up. So I'm going to show you what's been marked offense exhibit II. So do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is item number 138, athletic shorts that were found inside the Hawthorne address.
And once again, in your report, you did not notice, notify what color the shorts were, correct?
From what I could see in my report now.
Do you recall seeing photos of these shorts?
Yes, I did.
Sir, does that exhibit indicate when it was sealed?
Yes.
And what date was it sealed?
May 4th, 2023.
Is there any indication that that package has ever been opened since it was sealed on May 3rd, 2020, excuse me, May 4th of 2023?
No.
Does it have the biohazard sticker on it?
It does.
Sir, can you open that package? Sir, can you, you're holding up some white athletic shorts?
White and black.
And I see you, just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
When they were in the package, were they turned inside out?
They were inside out in the packaging.
Okay, let's take a look at them inside out first. Does there appear to be blood stains on them?
What appears to be red blood stains on the lower side, which would be the right front if this was right side out.
Okay. And that was the way they were found?
From my knowledge on photos, yes.
Okay. Go ahead and turn them inside out. And does there appear to be significant blood stains on those pants?
Yes.
That's the front. Can you turn around the back? Sir, in your experience, do those appear to be blood stains?
They have the same color consistency, dried blood stains.
So to your knowledge, has anyone from the Davis Police Department tested those shorts to determine that, a presumptive test to confirm that they are blood?
No.
And sir, you know, has anyone done any DNA testing on those shorts to determine whose blood it belonged to?
No.
Have you been present at discussions among Davis police officers when trying to determine what items would be tested for DNA?
Yes.
Did anyone at any point ever bring up testing the bloody shorts, shirt, and hamper that were found in Mr. Dominguez's room?
Yes.
Who brought that up?
I did.
Who did you suggest to that these items should be tested?
To supervising sergeant and also supervising lieutenant of investigations at those meetings.
Okay. I don't want you to guess, but who was present when you suggested that these items should be tested?
Those two supervisors I recall at the meetings.
Who were they?
Sergeant Janelle Bestpitch, Lieutenant Mike Munoz.
Did you suggest to anyone else that these items should be tested?
Also present in the room at the times when I discussed what was to be sent to DOJ
Yes.
was also Danielle Lewis, who was the manager of the evidence room area at the time.
Now, at the time this was happening, were you a detective or were you just still an officer at that point?
I was a corporal assigned to evidence response team.
But the decision about whether to test these items for DNA, was that made by people above your pay grade?
Significantly so.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
DOJ restricted what I could send as a wish list, and I divided up into top 5 items I would request given the limitations by DOJ, followed by the preceding next 5 items, and then of the items that we were allowed at the time by DOJ to provide.
Now, DOJ also does testing for other counties, correct?
Yes.
So there is nothing preventing the Davis Police Department from opening up their wallets and hiring a private agency to do testing, correct?
That is true.
Let me stop you there. Give the witness a moment to put that. Okay, go ahead.
So, I just want the people who you remembered you spoke to about these items, it was Sergeant Vespich, Lieutenant Munoz, and who was the third?
And Danielle Lewis.
Anyone else you remember?
Not that I recall.
But even if you didn't speak to them, everyone involved in this investigation would have access to your police reports and could read about these items, correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, these reports, your report was forwarded to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And those pictures you saw of these items, how did you see those photos?
Those are photographs taken by the FBI and handed to me for booking and to keep a working copy.
And did you look at them before booking them in evidence?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, are those photos sent to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And so based on your understanding, when there's a criminal case, if you send reports and photos to the district attorney's office, do they have to then give them to me?
Yes, as part of discovery.
So if anyone took the time to read the police reports and look at the photos, they would have seen these items, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
So, sir, if someone were to tell this jury that nobody's blood was found in Mr. Dominguez's home or linked to any item in his home, would that be a correct statement or not?
Objection, speculation, argumentative, 352.
It's argumentative, sustained.
Sir, based on what you saw, was blood found on items in Mr. Dominguez's home?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge in the state's testimony.
Overruled.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hutchison. Mr. DeMora, we have a few minutes. Do you have questions?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
Morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
Now, Detective Torres, when At 762 Hawthorne residence, how many pieces of evidence were recovered in book, to your knowledge?
From my recollection, at least several dozen.
Several dozen, meaning more than 50?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
Let me ask you this before you do that. At 762 Hawthorne, when items are being booked into evidence, what number do you start at based on that report number?
That is a difficult question to answer. One, when I enter them into the computer, they're assigned a number. However, at a search warrant, the first designation number is typically 1. It's called an evidence code number.
So the number switches from collection to input in the system.
Yes.
And so, but the number of items collected and the number of items inputted, even though they have a different number, would be the same overall number, correct?
Yes, there'd be a correlation for numbers, yes.
How many pieces of evidence were collected from 762 and entered into your system?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I am refreshed.
How many pieces?
For individual pieces of actual items, it was approximately close to 48 items. As far as cotton swab DNA samples, it was close to 37.
Okay, thank you. We'll stop there. Detective Torres, thank you for your testimony this morning. I need you to finish up this afternoon at 1:30.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
And it doesn't sound like we have many, but your excuse as a witness, I'll see you then. To the jury, thank you. Three-part admonition, don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. We'll see you back for the 1:30 session. Thank you, folks. Off break.
All right, I'm kind of getting a little confused here with that was kind of weird with his facial expressions. Widespread, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's answering the questions, but he's definitely got a different attitude with the state now than he did with the defense. Is it just me? I mean, that was a really weird greeting and smile. All right, let's go through what we heard so far, because this trial is getting interesting. It's been interesting from the get-go, but it's definitely. Oh my goodness! All right, hold on. Got to release the Kraken. Let loose the Kraken. Come on. Oh, shoot! They're back. They always
I
do.
want to understand this dispute regarding the retention of the body cam video. I don't understand it, as I indicated. So I'll give you a second, not right now, but this afternoon. And then secondly, I'll make the ruling formal on the police interview before Muscardini testifies. So you have some more evidence. Before we get to that, you have Alex Torres, and then you have the police officer who's now in Nevada. And was there one other witness?
No, that's it.
All right, so after we finish that work, then we'll have a session, okay? So enjoy your lunch break. We'll make time this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Off the record.
I always got to be aware of they come back. Yes, that was Rafa. For those that are new to the channel, that was Rafa. Oh, here, let me show you Super Ball. Oh, there's Super Bowl. There's my paralegal. She's always there, hanging out, giving me advice. That's Slim Pickens, and then that's Ember right there. So Slim Pickens and Ember. All right, let's go through because things got a little interesting there. Let me just go through my notes, and then we can break down any questions you guys have. All right. Jean Lyon came in. She came in after the break. She's the deputy director of the police department. She was not subpoenaed. She came in by herself. She oversees non-sworn staff, so basically dispatch, parking, code enforcement, that kind of stuff. She was brought in because she is familiar with the retention of body-worn cameras. And we know, if you guys have been following this trial, and for those that haven't, this has been a dispute the entire time, that the officers turned off the body-worn camera. It's in their policy. Thank you to Deanna May for sending that to us. It's in their policy that they do not have to. Let me just read it so I get it straight from. A body-worn camera may not be turned off during a use of force incident until the event has fully stabilized and never while in the presence of another person threatened with or subject to force. If the body-worn camera is in use during any other situation, which this was, this interrogation, potentially arrest, I guess, because Carlos was put in handcuffs, but then handcuffs were taken off. So if BWC is in use during any other situation and becomes necessary to discuss issues or concerns with another officer or supervisor in private away from any person who is being detained and or in custody, which Carlos was, the BWC may be turned off. The intention is to stop the recording, will be noted by the officer verbally. That's what he did not do. He just turned it off, and he took it off his body and placed it on the ground, and we're sitting there watching it. So he didn't say, I'm going to turn off my body cam right now. I think that's part of the issue, is that he said nothing. The other part of the issue is when they got back, they put it on a docking system, and that wasn't kept or something. So that's what the judge is going to rule on. He said later today or after they come back from lunch. That there's this issue with this body-worn camera. So that's why Miss Lyon was brought in. She says, so if it's downloaded, if it's contact or citation, it's retained for 1 year. If it's downloaded as an arrest, it would be detained for 2 years. Right? She offered to appear without a subpoena. Then let's see, Cross, there was tons of objections, and they were all sustained. He kept going outside the scope. So the state wants her to come back. The judge says, I need to hear an offer of proof. He wants to meet outside the presence of the jury, so that kind of ties that back together. That's with her. And she may be recalled. So the final question for her was, if body cam existed and then drops off, is there a record of it still? Gets deleted. She's like, no, it's gone. So it's gone. So let's see. So then Sergeant Matthew Muscardini, he came back in. He interviewed Kimberlee in the emergency room on the night that she was, the day after. So she was stabbed the night of May 1st, like around, I think it was around 10, 11 o'clock. So this would have been maybe that morning of May 2nd. So they hear he was not wearing a body cam, but he did record her via his work cell phone. She says that the attacker had blonde hair and was curly. Completely different than what Carlos has. So blonde curly hair. Carlos has dark curly hair. But so again, just it's weird. It's weird because literally the defense, Mr. Hutchinson's first words for opening was like, well, here, let me read him. Let me read you his opening. His opening statement was, we're not disputing the actions. The question is, what was Carlos' specific intent and what was his mental state? The evidence will show he was schizophrenic. He has schizophrenia. So those were his first opening lines. But then throughout this trial, he's been trying to throw it. Somebody else did it. Somebody else did it. Who's this person with blonde hair? It's a little confusing, but it's definitely causing some doubt, I think, because it's like, well, why would Kimberlee say blonde hair? Granted, she sounded drugged up. I get it. She was probably medicated, through the roof. But that's just interesting that she would say blonde hair. And then don't forget, Isaac chased down Khalif yesterday, the pizza guy from Steve's Pizza. He chased him down, thought that guy was Carlos. So just there's some weird things going on in this case for sure. So then we get to Detective Alex Torres. Now this is I'm really confused by his actions. I really like this guy, but once we got to cross, he seemed incredibly sarcastic and like his smile, and I'm just really confused by the way he was acting. So he gets up and he's asked about a hamper. He's asked about the items that were booked into evidence at Hawthorne, which is where Carlos was living, and he wrote a report. The FBI provided this information. They pull out these red and white athletic shorts. He says the evidence is logged, and he tries to see. So the evidence is logged, and it's put in this bag, right? And it's sealed. So if anybody opens that evidence bag, he says they try to reseal it using the same section and put their initials there. So he went through this whole foundational thing of like, what happens if somebody opens up a sealed paper bag of evidence? So first is the hamper. The hamper was never open. It had a biohazard sticker on it. Then they show the green shirt with the piece on it, the person that we've seen that before. That was never open. Then there's these white shorts with black trim and red trim around the waistband. That was never open. There was no DNA testing on any of these. None of this was tested for DNA. He brought it up to his supervising sergeants, and Basvich is one of them, and Danielle Lewis is another one. He says they were significantly above his pay grade. So here he is trying to bring up to his supervisors, hey, why don't we test the evidence? It's kind of like with Lori Daybell with their law enforcement, with their police. They didn't test gun residue. They didn't test DNA. They didn't check Charles's car. The victim who passed away, they didn't test it. They didn't do anything with his car. So I think Hutchinson and the defense, I think he's trying to go for just why. Why didn't you guys test? Why didn't you test the DNA? That could have shown somebody else's blood. It could have proven even further that it was Carlos. I don't understand why they didn't test that DNA. I just don't understand that. So again, bringing up doubt, whether it works or not, that's not for me to decide, but it's just, I would be like, well, why didn't they test that? I think that's a valid argument on the defense side. Why didn't they test it? He said everybody has access to his reports. Anybody and everybody could read them. He says the reports and the photos were forwarded to the DNA, and if the DA, the district attorney's office, if the DA, the state receives them, they have to hand it over to the defense as part of discovery. We know that. If anyone took the time to look at your report, they would have seen those items. He says, yep. So nobody's blood was found in... Oh, that's right. So at the beginning, okay, so he's getting to the point of nobody's blood was found in Carlos's home. Would that be correct? So if somebody said nobody's blood was found in Carlos's home, would that be correct? That was argumentative. That was sustained. Was blood found in Carlos's home? He said yes. So let's go back to the state. What did the state say during their opening argument? Let's go back to this, because I'm pretty sure they said no blood was found. Let's go back to the opening argument. All right, let's go back to the state's opening argument. Water bottle found with Carlos's bloody fingerprints. Victim's blood is on the knife in his clothes. No blood found at his home. The state said no blood was found at his home. Clearly, there was blood found in Carlos's home. Why would the state say no blood was found in his home? Why would the state lie? Why would they say that? What do you guys think? Why would the state in their opening argument say no blood was found at Carlos's home? Thoughts? I know there's a lag, so I'll let you guys catch up. You're welcome, Baca, no problem. Brett says, I think it raises valid questions. I doubt it will introduce reasonable doubt as far as jurors are concerned, especially after the defense opening. Not evidence, but still. So why would they you think they misspoke, therapist? Because the attorney didn't read the report? Read the report, widespread? Understood? Hey, Cindy RN, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. A dumb lie, Baca says. Elizabeth G., I think the prosecutor said that was implying Carlos cleaned up all the blood as consciousness of guilt. All right, let me go back to my notes here. So he says, sustained and targeted vital areas. Let's see, hold on. Victim's blood is on the knife in his clothes. No blood found at his home. Then they get into May 1st. Kimberlee stabbed at 11:30 p.m. Carlos leaves phone behind. All right. I'm just interested. So you think it was an innocent mistake that he said no blood was found? Well, let's, we got the time. Let's go check it out. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Let's go to day one. Let's go to opening statements. Let's check it out. Let's see if it was an innocent mistake, or let's see how deliberate this was. Let's see how deliberate this was. Because why? I mean, that's a pretty big thing. Wouldn't you want to say, oh, no, blood was found at his residence. There was blood on his shirt. There was blood on his pants. There was blood, right? Why wouldn't that be a big deal? I would think you'd want to bring that up. All right. Okay. Let me see here. See if I can find it. Yeah, there's blood on the hamper. Trial channel, maybe because there were multiple stabbings, multiple. I don't know for sure. Maybe I'm just guessing. See, it's about halfway through. All right, hold on. I'm going to go down this rabbit hole, so just bear with me. All right.
In Sycamore Park in the city of Davis. Or sorry, in Central Park in the city of Davis. It was like set in grass there and like and shoot fire at the top final study that and Amazon fit. So the act is double-edged blade. Spring semester, Mr. Dominguez is not doing well in school. The university is in the process of expelling him from the university. He's filed appeals with the university to appeal his expulsion, and he's still technically a member of degree. Out of respect for my girlfriend, we have 5 days later, to April 25th, there's a testimony from Christopher Kumada about his phrase, how Matt is going to talk about that the phone is determining what its location is and then reporting that. He's also going to talk about the precision estimates of this location data. Location points per kilometer. Reporters take, and I'm actually over 65 meters or less. The classes are going to. I was going to talk about this as well. April 27th, the morning of April 27th, the morning that David Breaux was found before he was found. David Breaux on what's going on. Mr. Breaux kind of up against the forensic pathologist that inconsistent with the. We're going to have some additional clues of what's going on with Mr. Breaux's package.
Sorry, guys. I'm going down a rabbit hole.
Black underneath. He's got a light-colored sweater. Inside is tucked in within how the stab injuries on Mr. Breaux are inconsistent with this and in this position. Outside of his body, it's kind of clean. It's as if he is very 16 in his torso. He uses a forensic quick bench. There's one piece of no surveillance video. It's a knife sheath that looks to be this exact knife and knife sheath from Amazon back on December 5th. But a forensic analysis of it is going to tell us that Mr. Dominguez brought the knife, Breaux's knife, that from this point forward, when he's walking around a double consideration to carry as if was used for the kill going on after. When the knife is ultimately recovered, looking for different DNA. And they find Karim's DNA on there, and they find Kimberlee's DNA on there, but David's DNA cannot be identified on this knife. It's the only DNA that is missing from the knife. And so we're going to be able to see that at some point. The other thing that we know about what's going on with Mr. Dominguez after he kills David is what we know from his phone, and it shows us what's going on the next night. So this is one night after he's killed David, 2 nights still before he's going to kill Karim. And that's that he went to Sycamore Park. 2 nights before he killed Karim in Sycamore Park, he went there and he walked around it. So let's talk about what's going on. We talked about the power log, and how after David is killed, the phone was powered on at 4:57.
All right, screw it. It's going to take too long, transcript or not. All right, anyway, that's that. I lost interest. It's going to take too long to find. All right, so just interesting stuff. So then, let's see, Cross was... If somebody can find it, if one of my mods can find it, I'd really appreciate it. If you guys want to do that, that'd be awesome. So let's see, several dozen items. Let's see, we're booked. He needs to look at his notes. So 48 items, individual pieces were booked, and then 37 cotton swabs were booked. So, all right. So that's where we stand. That's where we land. What do you guys think? I just described most of your life with that exercise. Yeah, I tried to find it. I gave it a good old college try. So did they find blood or didn't they? Yeah, they did. They found blood on the hamper. They found blood on his shorts. They found blood on the shirt. All in his home. Thank God for OnlyFans, because I don't even know what's being looked for. Oh, OnlyFans? All right, cool. Thank you, OnlyFans. It's going to be, it was a short opening. It's not like it was a 5-hour opening. It was pretty short. Yep, down the rabbit hole. Well, I have it in my notes that they said no blood was found at his home. So it was actually. Father says, but if they didn't test it, can't say it was actual blood. That is true. Well, it was consistent with what Detective Torres thought was blood. So that is true. He asked him if it was paint. He said, yeah, it wasn't paint. It looked like blood. Mel says, in that case, why would the state say that no blood has been found? Weird. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Baca, I remember the prosecution saying it too. I don't think it's going to make a whole heck of a lot of difference, but why would the state why? It's like, why would you do that? Why would you not test? Just build a mountain of evidence. Here you have literally blood on the person you just arrested on his clothes. Why not test for the DNA? That just doesn't make sense to me. All right, I want to play something else. I found this. Let's see. Did I already get? Oh, wait. Okay. So let's see. Let's see. I'm going to look at something. Where is it? All right, some things were sent to us. Just Shamrock, yes, you sent us something. I want to check this out. I think it'll be okay for us to play it. Let me just check this out. We'll break for lunch and then we'll. I think we should be able to play this. Oh, wait a minute. This is a website. Okay, hold on. If it's on YouTube, that's one thing. Okay. So. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, so this is on YouTube. All right, this is on CBS. All right, I think we can probably play this. Yeah, I think we can play this. While OnlyFan is checking that out, here, let's check this out. So this is a David Breaux, a tribute to David Breaux. We've watched a couple of these, but this looks like it's a nice one too. So this came from Just Shamrock. So let's check this out.
The one and only David Begnaud. His story focuses on a man named David, his last name is Breaux, in the university town of Davis, California. Breaux dedicated his life to studying compassion, and he even started a conversation about it with just about anybody who dared to answer on a downtown street corner. David Begnaud shows us how the simple act and David Breaux's longtime dedication to selflessness had a profound effect on his community.
There is this bench in downtown Davis, California, hardly recognizable under the flower.
Should I not play this? All right, I'm not going to play that because I don't want us to get screwed, so we won't play that. Okay, we're going to err on the side of caution, and we won't play that. We don't want to get in trouble. YouTube, well, it's a large corporate station. They'll probably smack us, so we're not going to play it. Because when we've played things like that before, you never know. So we don't want YouTube to get mad at us. Yep, we gotta be super careful with copyright stuff. So, start at 1:11. Are you serious? 1:11:11 on day one? Serious, Brat? Is that real? Is that real? Are you being serious? Because if so, that's like freaky. Dude, is that real? Is that true? 1:11. If that's true, I'm gonna freak out. All right, let's go to 1:11.
The person who killed Karim. But what does he do after this? He's fled the scene, he's abandoned the bike, he's left this piece of evidence, because there's no evidence back at the crime scene of the actual stabbing. The bike and the water bottle is where he's kind of abandoning his property on the run.
All right, let's play it. Brat, that's really wild. Thank you for finding it, but that's crazy. All right, let's play it. That's really funny. I mean, serious? 111, 11?
In blood on this water bottle that's left here where the bike is left behind. And that's showing that Dominguez is the person who killed Karim. But what does he do after this? He's fled the scene, he's abandoned the bike, he's left this piece of evidence, because there's no evidence back at the crime scene of the actual stabbing. The bike and the water bottle is where he's kind of abandoning his property on the run. We have him powering on his phone here. Again, the morning after Karim is killed, at 11:43, he's powering a phone back up. So what else do we know about kind of what he's doing during this time frame? Well, we know that he's home at different points. We have that location data. And so when officers ultimately search his home, they find different things of suspected blood, meaning that it's red and it's kind of smearing and it looks like blood. But all that's tested actually turns out to not be blood. The officers looked for blood, they tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood, which means that...
Oh, sorry, there was an echo. Sorry, I had my mic on. So you just heard it. Thank you, Brat, for that. That's so the officers looked to find blood. They didn't find any blood in the house. Let's play that again. I'll turn my mic off. Sorry, guys.
So 2 nights later, we're at April 29th. And so across from Sycamore Park is Dr. Matthew Massey, and he lives in a house that's right across from Sycamore, and he has some security cameras that have just kind of a very edge view of Sycamore Park. And they're not going to capture anything because the actual killing takes place in the interior of the park, and this shows just kind of the edge of the park. But we're going to hear testimony from Dr. Massey about being at his home, and he's hearing screaming. He's hearing someone yelling for help inside the park. Now, Dr. Massey is unsure as what's going on. He initially thinks that there's been a bicycle collision and that some bicyclists are hurt. And he's a physician, so he goes into the park to assist. And in the park, he finds Karim, and he finds Carlos Dominguez. And Carlos Dominguez has been stabbing, and so realize that's not Karim. These are in his chest, right in the area of his heart. During this time frame. Well, we know that he's home at different points. We have that location data. And so when officers ultimately search his home, they find different things of suspected blood, meaning that it's red and it's kind of smearing and it looks like blood. But all that's tested actually turns out to not be blood. The officers looked for blood, they tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood.
All right. They tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood. So those clothes were found in a hamper. The clothes were found, Deanna, in a hamper. Clothes were found in a hamper. So they tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood. I don't think that's a simple misstatement or a oopsie. That's pretty clear. They tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood. I don't think ultimately it's going to be a big deal. It's just one of those things of like, well, why would you say that when clearly there was blood found? Clearly a officer put it in his report, comes on the stand, testifies, says he thinks it was blood. In his experience, he thinks that's blood. I don't know. Just weird, right? I think it's just odd. It's just a head shaker. Head scratcher, I should say. I'm not sure why. Like, why not test? Why not test? So, why not just test? So anyway, just odd, right? So, yes, Mel, the hamper was in the house. I think it was, the hamper was definitely in the house. Therapist says, bless you, Aaron. So ultimately, it probably won't make a difference. It's just one of those things. I'm just bringing up, because I remember, and I think that's why the defense is hammering this home. Like, why else would the defense be making such a big deal out of it? And it wasn't given to the defense. It was there, and the DA did not pass that on. So is that discovery issue? Is that a discovery issue? Defense is looking for any way to, get a mistrial or appeal, anything like that. But OnlyFans says scope of the investigation would be the most undamning answer. Yeah. So ultimately, it probably won't be a big deal. Macroscopic, a macro level, probably not a big deal. Microscopic level, why? Why did they not test it? Why did they not discover? Why didn't they hand it over during discovery? Why didn't they give that to the defense? So just one of those things. I need to talk to a lawyer or a private investigator. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. They are going to be on break until 4:30 Eastern or 1:30 Pacific. So we will play some music for your. We have some music for your listening pleasure. You guys can hang out if you want. Do whatever it is that you guys do. But looks like I'm wearing the same shirt. I think I had a red shirt on. I think that one was red. Yeah, that one was red. This one's just straight up black. So, all right. We will see you guys. I'll be back in about 40 minutes or so, about 10 after, quarter after. Okay, see you in a bit.
I'm trying, I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. The hill should have told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, somos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión.
There's nothing left to get back home to, so take the first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention, where the world has protection, where the waves hit the sand. In the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground. Lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends slowly are morphing. The recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground.
And welcome back. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. They actually kept their feet up. Their feed, not their feet. They kept their feet up. Sometimes they take it down, but for some reason they kept it up today. So how was everybody's break, lunch, dinner, tea? Virginia Little stopping by and saying hello. Hello to you. Hope you guys enjoyed the music interlude. Aaron put that together for us. As with all trials, just wait till you hear Lori Daybell's trial. Everyone behaved themselves. Very good. Good to hear. Golden Girl is all ready for the afternoon session. Even better. Yeah, so Aaron put together a really good soundtrack for Lori Daybell. So, and if you are a member, you can go and you can, these are all available for our members if you want to just have them on in the background. We just have them on when we're hanging out, when we're cooking, sitting outside, enjoying the outside. We do it. We just put it on. Deanna May, you sure did behave. Very good. So yeah, so go check it out if you enjoy the music. Go check it out. Aaron also just uploaded a video of Polly and little kittens were moving. She's laying on her stomach, or her side, I should say. And there are you can see little kittens moving, little beings moving inside of little Polly. It's pretty wild. You learned a lot about Middle Eastern instruments, Deanna says. Yeah. I know I was kind of watching. I saw you and OnlyFan were kind of talking about flamenco and Cuban and the sitar and tablas, all that good stuff. Please tell me Inspector Gadget theme is on Lori's soundtrack. Not quite. Not quite. Oh, Fala, you're sitting outside watching hummingbirds? Nice. That's cool. How many do you have, Fala? Baka. Welcome back. How many hummingbirds do you have? Fala. And no mowing today, right? Are you mowing? Did you mow during your break? Oop, I just saw a head. Which makes me glad because they're not frozen. I thought they might be frozen. But that means they are not frozen. So that makes me happy. Yep, there goes somebody walking by. Father says probably 4-ish right now. All males, I'm assuming. Females will be here soon. No mowing was completed. I was just going to ask, are there any babies? But clearly not. So it's just all the males. How do you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference between a male and a female? I know with cardinals it's easy because the cardinal and then the females are usually a little bit more muted in their coloring. But how do you tell the difference in a hummingbird? Is it the same thing? Is it their coloring? Or by their beak or their coloring? How do you tell the difference in a hummingbird? Males are colorful. Very cool. Hey, just Shamrock, made it back on time. Good afternoon to you. They have the red neck. That seems to be the case, right? And for birds, the males seem to have the color. Look at the peacocks, and the females tend to be more muted in coloring for safety purposes, I'm sure. The male needs to find the mate, so they need to be flamboyant, and the females need to be discreet and hide in the bush so as not to get eaten. I'm so glad they left this feed up. Usually they turn it off. That's so cool. Baca, you have hummers, grosbeaks, orioles. Oh, nice. Cardinals, all out of the feeder. Very cool. Yeah, we have a bunch of cardinals. Not a bunch. We have like at least one male, one female. I've sometimes seen two males at the same time, but they seem like they maybe chase each other around. We have tons of what are they? Little finches, I guess. It's really weird. We are surrounded by woods, and yet when we were down south, when we were in a more suburban area, we had more birds there than we do up here. I don't understand that. Fala says males come to find the food and then bring the females. I haven't been able to find a nest, so they are tiny and trees aren't close to me. Aw. Deanna May, you have a tattoo of a hummingbird. Aw, for your mom. That's nice. I always feel the cardinals represent my family, and Aaron feels the same way. Actually, if it wasn't the last time I saw my mom, it was one of the last times. She was in a home, and I took her downstairs to have dinner, and we were sitting next to the window, and there was a little bush, and a red cardinal came, and it was pretty cool. So cardinals have always represented my parents, and then Aaron's grandparents. She feels the same way. Hey, Jim. You missed the morning, no problem. Hello to you. Zach heard you call, Fala. Fala says, because they've had to find food, less rural areas, so you can see them. They have more places to go in the country. Very cool. Oh, Deanna, that's cool. She always wore a hummingbird necklace. Very cool. Baca, I must have at least 2 pairs of hummers, so I need to put another feeder out so they don't fight. Baca, do you have cats? So many people have cats, I lose track of who has cats. I'm assuming you don't. If you have a lot of birds, I'm guessing you don't have cats. We were going to put a feeder out, but now we may pause that because we may have 4 or 5 cats chasing birds, so we may put a pause on that. I'm pretty sure I did see a hummingbird the other day. Aaron did not see it, and I tried to point it out, but it was too fast. So, pretty sure. Pretty sure. Brett says we have a cat inside and tons of birds outside, right? Yeah, Rafa did get a bird. He got one of those little finches. I can't believe he actually caught a bird. I was so bummed. But yeah, so no cats, 3 doodles, and a parrot. Father, you have cats. That I know, but they don't go outside. They just watch the windows and making alien noises. Yeah, Surprisingly, Superball does not do that. Every other cat I've had has done that. Superball does not. She's such a weird cat. She's so not a cat on so many levels. She doesn't like catnip. She doesn't really play, and when she does play, it's with this piece of string. Yeah, she doesn't make the. She doesn't do that. Birdie, you have Dunnock, Finch. I have no idea what these are. Linnets, sparrows, chiff-chaffs. That's fun to say. Chiff-chaffs. I don't know what any of those are. Joyce says your husband brought home 2 ducks, so now you have ducks. Nice. Oh yeah, she doesn't like boxes. Superball doesn't like boxes. She doesn't play in a box. Although I do have a picture of her sitting in a box. She's just so strange. But we love our Superball. She's our sweet little Superball. All right, here I'm going to turn this off. And I'll turn that off. We have the feed up. Put this down here. Birdie, they're common in the UK. Follow, you have little yellow finches and one called cowbirds. They make a raindrop sound. Oh, nice. You've always wanted a duck. We had ducks growing up. Excuse me. Yeah, we had a pond, so we had ducks growing up. One mother duck, and then she had chicks, ducklings, ducklets. One got killed. We had a rainstorm come by, and the wind picked up, and the poor thing got drowned, I guess. But yeah, there's quite a few. You'd see them swimming around the pond. She probably had like 6 or 7, something like that. 8. She had quite a lot. I think the jury is coming back in. Thus Newton picked up the camera, so we should be coming back any minute. Okay, I'm getting the sense that we will be back very shortly here. Newton is whipping that camera around. Good camera work, by the way, Newton. Newton, if you're listening to us. Excellent camera work. This is one trial where the camera work is very, very solid. Yes, Golden Girl, I agree. Pretty cool the cameraman is in our chat. I agree. There's a first time for everything, and this is the first time for us. Jules knew the camera operator and Sarah Boone, but he was not in our chat. All right.
Okay, let's go back on the record in case 23-1391. After our lunchtime break, we're resuming the testimony of Detective Alex Torres, and the prosecution is asking questions. Mr. Moore, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Torres.
Good afternoon.
So, when we left off, we were talking about the evidence that was total number of items that were collected from 1762 Hawthorne. And did you process, when I say process, did you receive and itemize all of those pieces of evidence that were collected once they got to the police department?
Yes.
And so you're familiar with how the FBI labels certain items, and many of those items they had were labeled as presumptive blood or suspected blood, correct?
Yes.
And those were based on the observations of the investigators that were going through Hawthorne, correct?
Yes.
And in processing, or I shouldn't say processing because I'm using it in multiple ways, when items were identified to be selected for forensic testing, DNA testing, some items were sent for processing at a lab, others were not, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that based on your involvement in this case and your familiarity with the evidence, that some of those items that were labeled as presumptive blood or suspected blood did not come back as actual blood. You aware of that?
Objection, foundation, personal knowledge.
Let's go. Allow. Overruled.
Yes.
And so I want to show you People's Exhibit 81. May I approve?
Objection, outside scope.
Overruled. If you want a ruling, I'd be glad to share it with you, but I'm overruling it. Okay.
So I'm showing you People's 81. Looking at the bag and the label, do you recognize People's 81?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I'm the one that sealed this.
All right, and what is it?
It is item number 105, yellow towel with suspected bloodstains.
Where, to your knowledge, was that yellow towel with suspected blood stains taken from?
I'd have to refer to my notes to refresh my recollection.
One second. I'm refreshed.
Right, and where do you recall that being collected from?
It was collected from the Hawthorne address.
Okay, that's something that you ended up taking and processing. Sorry, I should say processing, like I already said. You took and gave it an item number at Davis Police Department.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could open it up.
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay. Grab some gloves. Okay. Or don't grab gloves. Your choice. Now, it said suspected blood on there, correct?
Yes.
You grabbed it barehanded.
I did.
Why?
I had collected a cotton swab sample of this, but it was not blood.
It was not blood. And so, even though the label says suspected blood or presumptive blood, and you observed it as well, correct?
Yes.
Looked like blood to you, right?
Yes.
That's why you took a cotton sample of it
Yes.
and it turned out not to be blood.
Yes.
So fair to say that every piece of evidence that was collected at 762 Hawthorne that you looked at, gave a number to, and made a determination of what had to be tested, could be tested, and should be tested, not every one of those was actual blood.
Yes.
And so, Detective Torres, any evidence collected in this case, knife, sheath, clothing from Mr. Dominguez, where there was evidence that appeared to be suspected blood of evidentiary value, to your knowledge, was that sent out for testing?
Yes.
And lab results were obtained from those?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demara. Redirect.
Did you just ask you if everything of evidentiary value was sent out for testing?
He did.
Okay. The bloody hamper, do you think that had evidentiary value?
It did.
Was it sent out for testing?
It was not.
Do you think the bloody shorts had evidentiary value?
Yes.
Were they sent out for testing?
No.
Do you think the shirt with blood on it had evidentiary value?
Yes.
Was it sent out for testing?
No.
Can I see that? Can you bring out the washcloth?
Yes.
Okay, and there's apparently two little spots there.
Yes.
And
My bad. Yes.
did they take a sample of that washcloth, or it was just a swab?
Swab.
And they did a presumptive test on the swab? We don't know what they did on the swab. You don't have personal knowledge of whether they did DNA analysis or if they just did a presumptive test.
Yes.
And that washcloth was found in the bathroom with the shattered toilet?
I have to refer to my notes to the specific location.
Okay. Was that washcloth found in the bathroom, if you recall?
I do not recall. I have to look at my notes.
And looking at that washcloth, do you think it could be blood, it could be something else?
Yes.
Okay. But when you looked at those shorts and you looked at those shirts, in your opinion, based on seeing blood, what did you think that was?
Suspected blood.
Okay. Did you think it was suspected blood, or did that look like blood?
Suspected blood. Until an actual presumptive test or DNA, it's suspected blood.
So you have to bet everything you own on it. Was that blood or not?
Overruled.
So you got to empty the bank account, put on the house, bet one way or the other. Is that blood, or is that going to be something else?
I would speculate. No. I suspected blood. My opinion, looking at it, I suspected blood.
And when blood dries on clothing, what color does it tend to be?
It tends to darken, kind of a dark red to a brownish tinge over time.
And you saw the brownish tin on those white shorts?
Yes.
Sir, but when fresh blood is on white shorts, what color is it?
It is a fresh blood, just spilled, oxygenated. It's a red, a vibrant red.
Thank you, nothing further.
Okay, anything to follow up? Detective Torres, thank you for coming back to court, and thank you for putting that back in there. That's good. And have a great day. Thank you, Deputy. Mr. Hutchinson.
Defense calls Deputy Gione.
Okay, great. Let's get the deputy. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming today. If I could have you stand here at the podium, we'll administer the oath, and then we'll have you take a witness stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause of nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Christina Gione, Christina Giannone.
Okay, great. Thank you for being here. Attorney Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Currently work for the County of Nevada.
And what do you do for the County of Nevada?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff with the County of Nevada?
Since February 3rd of this year.
Prior to joining the Nevada County Sheriff's Department, did you work at a different law enforcement agency?
I did.
Which department did you work at?
I worked for the City of Davis.
And in what capacity?
I was a police officer.
And when did you begin working as a police officer for the City of Davis?
July 3rd, 2018.
And did you remain a police officer at the City of Davis until you left for Nevada County?
I did.
Ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to late April of 2023. Were you involved in the investigation of the stabbings that occurred in the City of Davis?
I was.
On April 30th, did you contact a woman by the name of Hannah Cheney by telephone?
I did.
Why did you contact Ms. Cheney?
We received a tip line that she possibly saw the occurrence that happened near Sycamore Park.
Did you, when you responded to the tip, were you the first law enforcement officer to your knowledge to contact her?
I believe so.
And how did you contact her?
We first spoke by phone, and then she came to the police department.
When you spoke by phone, were you wearing a body camera?
I believe so.
Okay. And can you use a body camera to record a conversation on the phone?
Yes, you can.
How do you do that?
You activate it by simply pushing the button.
And then do you put the phone on speaker?
Yes.
And did you record your telephone conversation with Ms. Cheney?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, there's a stipulation by people that the conversation on April 30th was recorded on Deputy Ginone's body camera.
Okay. Do we have an exhibit number?
Yes, it will be exhibit number FF.
Okay.
I have transcripts, and it's all audio. All you see is a video of a phone.
Okay, so it's similar to the last one, but we'll hand out the transcripts, Deputy. For my benefit, offer proof, how long is this?
A little over 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay.
Hello, this is Hannah.
Yeah, this is her.
Hi, this is Officer Gione with the Davis Police Department.
Hi, thanks for calling back.
Absolutely. So I understand that you called stating that you might have seen something last night.
I just wanted to report that I was in the general vicinity, like around 9:10 when, the stabbing occurred. I was biking past, and I biked past what I thought might have been someone laying down and someone calling the police over them. But I didn't stop at the time just because my phone had died, and I think I was a little shaken from what happened with the other stabbing. But I just want to report that I saw that. And I think it wasn't the guy who was calling the police was a taller guy. I saw in the article there seemed to be a resident that was responding, so I think that's what was going on there. But I was heading from Sycamore to the Arroyo side, so I passed the bridge, and when I got past the bridge, I did see someone running towards the crime scene who could fit the description for the 5'8" guy with longer hair. I don't know if he were to run, if it makes sense that he was running towards it or anything, but I just do want to report because that's what I saw when I biked past last night.
Okay. And this subject that you saw running toward that area, you said that you were on the Sycamore side, you had biked over to the Arroyo side?
Yeah, I was heading in the Arroyo direction, back towards West Davis.
Okay. Back towards...
And I saw... Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure I get that info correct. And can you describe that subject that you saw running?
Yeah, I do remember he had longer hair.
Was that to his shoulders or past?
It was tied back, so it's hard to tell, but I would say it's probably about to the shoulders. There's a curly ponytail. And I do remember they were wearing a hoodie. The hood wasn't up though. I just remember thinking it didn't look like a typical doggy outfit or anything. And they were running back across the bridge. So yeah, they were heading, and that is two things, but
that's okay.
I was across the bridge. I was turning left, and they were coming from the way, the road that was to the left when I come off the bridge and turning to go onto the bridge.
Okay. And did you notice any other clothing besides a hoodie? Any hats, pants, or shorts?
I'm trying to think. I remember seeing, I'll have to think more on it. I remember seeing yeah, some red in there, and yeah, like maybe red in the shorts. And I want to say he was wearing a white hoodie too, but I don't know, I think I was shaken up from like what I possibly could have seen before, so I'm almost saying like, where I remember was like 80% accuracy right now. I'll keep thinking about it though.
That's okay. And did you see anyone going away from the male that you saw lying on the ground and the other male helping? Did you see anything else past them? Or was it just them two alone?
It was just them two alone.
Okay. And did you do this guy? How far did you see this guy run past the on the bridge? Did she just kind of pass you, and that was kind of the most?
Well, he turned to get on the bridge. I didn't look back or anything because we passed each other, but I do know he was definitely trying to get on the bridge.
Okay.
He was younger too. Like I want to say like early 20s, maybe late teens.
Okay. And was he Hispanic, white, black? Could you tell?
I think I do remember kind of like tannish skin, like Hispanic or Middle Eastern.
All right. And then any tattoos or anything like that? Facial hair?
No. Oh, he might have had a little bit of facial hair. No tattoos that I saw.
Okay. And then no glasses or anything?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any shoes? Do you remember shoes up by chance?
There might have been some red on the shoes.
Possibly red on the shoes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Hannah. I think that is all we need from you. I so appreciate you calling us. I know it's a lot to be on your mind, so take care of yourself, okay? Absolutely. And if you need to reach out to anyone, call your family, call your friends, reach out to whoever you need to, okay? And then I also want to give you my direct line in case you remember anything else or anything that kind of strikes your memory, because that when something like this happens, it's like all a lot, right, to take in.
Yeah.
So sometimes it can kind of come back later. So if you remember anything else later on, I want you to give me a call or even text me if you don't want to call me, okay?
Okay, this looks good.
Okay, is this a number that I can text?
Yeah, the 502 number is, yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and text you right now from my work phone, and that way just text that number back if you remember anything else, okay?
I will, yeah. I do remember I didn't hear any commotion or anything biting up on it. I think, I don't remember hearing anything. But thank you. I'll definitely reach out if I think of anything else.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much, Hannah. Oh, and then one last thing. Can I just get your date of birth as well?
Yeah, it's August 1st, 1996.
Okay. All right, hon, I'm going to go, but if you remember anything else, give me a call, okay?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
Goodbye.
Okay, thank you. So we'll send the transcripts down the line.
Do you need this copy, Your Honor?
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson. Okay.
I'm going to sit down because I'm looking at my computer, so I apologize.
No worries.
Deputy Gione, very important question. What does do mean?
Oh, yes. That is something, a habit of mine that I do when I'm thinking on the spot. So,
You've heard other people use words in a similar way?
yes.
When did you write a report summarizing this conversation?
I did.
Were you taking notes during this conversation?
I was.
When you wrote your report, did you review your body camera or did you base that on your notes?
I reviewed my body camera as well as the in-person interview.
Did you review your report before you came today?
Yes, briefly.
Do you recall hearing on that recording where Ms. Cheney said that the person might have had a little bit of facial hair?
Yes.
In your report, did you write that Ms. Cheney told you that the person did not have facial hair?
I don't recall that specific.
Can you refresh your memory to look at your report?
It would.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Did you look to the third paragraph, last line?
Yes. Yes, I see that here.
So, what did you write in your report?
I wrote that it didn't appear he had tattoos or facial hair.
Was that a mistake?
Yes, I believe so.
You also heard on the recording that Ms. Cheney said that this individual was definitely turning to get on the bridge?
Yes.
In your report, did you write something different?
Possibly.
Could we refresh your memory to look at your report again, fourth paragraph?
Sure. Yes, I see this here.
Okay. So Ms. Cheney told you that, quote, he was definitely turning to get on the bridge.
Yes, in the phone call.
How did you describe that in your report, though?
In the report, I was referencing the in-person interview, which she clarified that they had turned left onto the bridge.
But this report is supposed to be summarizing your interview on April 30th, right?
Correct.
So you included information from a subsequent interview and documented in your report that was said during the first interview?
I think I made a mistake. I misspoke the first time. I believe this supplement that we're referring to is solely on the in-person interview, if I remember correctly.
I'm referring to supplement 9. Is that what you have?
I don't believe it states which supplement. Oh, yes. Yes, that is what I have.
Okay.
Oh, I see here. Yes, that is what I wrote for the phone interview.
So supplement 9 is for the phone interview?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you made a mistake about when she said there was no facial hair?
Yes.
Look at the very bottom. And on this one, you're describing the phone interview, right?
Yes, I am.
And you heard her say on the recording that he was definitely turning to get on the bridge, correct?
Yes, I did.
But in your report, what did you quote her as saying?
I have her saying would you like me to direct quote what I wrote?
I'm looking at the fourth paragraph. Go
Okay.
ahead.
She mentioned this quote. She mentioned the male was running to the bridge from the, quote, left, unquote, side of where she was crossing. They directly passed each other, but it was quick. It appeared that the male was attempting to turn back onto the bridge, but she never turned around to look back to see if he did.
Would you agree that the statement, he was definitely trying to get on the bridge, has a different meaning than it appeared that the male was attempting to turn back onto the bridge?
Yes.
So that also may have been a mistake in your report.
Yes, sir.
And reports, are they expected to be verbatim words of what is said, or are they expected to be in summary?
In summary.
And is the reason you record your interview so a person can go back and hear the actual words said?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, on a different topic, at the Nevada County Sheriff's Department, are there any other employees who used to work with you as a police officer at the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
And who is that?
Be Deputy Ramos.
And is Deputy Ramos married to Sergeant Steve Ramos?
She is.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And Mr. Vanderhoof, do you have any questions?
When you look at exhibit and transcript, and then while sitting here on the transcript, I realized that one of the lines on the heading is wrong, but the transcript itself is.
Okay. Is this an audio tape?
It's a video recording.
Objection, outside scope. It's not.
Is this the second interview?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it. And what's it marked as? 89. 89, okay.
Good afternoon.
So there's just a video with audio of your phone interview with Ms. Cheney. Did you subsequently conduct an in-person interview with Ms. Cheney?
I did.
And where was that interview conducted?
That was conducted at the Davis Police Department.
And did you record that interview as well?
I did.
And did you also use a body camera to make that recording?
I did.
May I first witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm approaching with what's been marked for identification purposes, it's 89. There's a single video file on here. I'm going to play just a small portion of it, and then I'm just going to ask you some questions, and we'll jump to about 19 minutes in.
I don't know if I threw him or if I saw him.
35 minutes in. Are you able to hear the voices here?
I can.
No. Okay. Not at all. Okay. That's
Okay. From this small portion that I played, are you able to tell whether or not this is a recording of your interview with Hannah Cheney at the police department?
Yes.
And I see that the recording is long.
Yes.
Did you spend a much more detailed amount of time with Ms. Cheney during this interview than you did during the phone interview?
I did.
And so this interview is an hour and 17 minutes long, or slightly over.
Yes.
Okay, so rather than play the entire interview here in court, if someone wanted to see exactly what Ms. Cheney said during that interview, could they review this recording?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to play just a very small portion of this recording for you. It's going to be less than 40 seconds.
Now, I'll object, not prior inconsistent statement. We got Coach.
Okay, sure. Just a second. Thank you. I'll take argument sidebar. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Off the record.
All right, well, they're at a sidebar. Let's review what we, so let's see. So we had Detective Torres as we came back from lunch. Some items were sent for processing, others were not. Some were marked presumptive blood, and they came back negative. He sealed a bag 105 that was a yellow towel that had suspected blood stains. He didn't use gloves when he opened up that evidence bag, and the lawyer's like, "You didn't use gloves?" He's like, "Yes, that is correct. I did not." Why? Because there was no blood there was no blood on that towel. Every evidence collected doesn't necessarily have blood. Suspected blood items were sent out for
So
testing.
if there was an objection, that objection was overruled, and I gave my reasons to counsel, and I'm allowing the playing of this video for audio in particular. 40 seconds.
So I just need a second to get to the right spot, Your Honor. Can we pass it?
You know what? This is short. They don't need it. They'll be able to hear it clearly.
I was just thinking, like, hey, there seems to be something wrong there. Like, I honestly thought, like, because it was dark and stuff. I didn't see any, like, blood or anything, so I thought it was more of a medical emergency. And I kind of, like, did the logistic check of, like, okay, like, I don't have my phone, like, I'm a little bit, like, tipsy right now, like, I can't be very helpful in this situation. Like, anyway,
Okay, thank you.
So, Deputy, during your second interview at the police department, did you also talk with Ms. Cheney about the full scope of what it was that she witnessed?
Yes.
And did you clarify with her what was going on? Well, sorry, let's start with what's in the video. Did you hear her saying that it was dark?
Yes.
And so her statement to you was that it was dark when this happened?
Yes.
And did you hear her say that she was tipsy?
Yes.
And so did she relate to you that she had been drinking alcohol and that it did have some level of effect on her during this?
She did say that.
And did you get clarification from her at the station as to what she saw regarding a person, or her movements off the bridge and onto the bike trail?
Yes.
What did she say about that during this long format interview at the station?
Essentially, she stated that she biked past a subject laying down, another subject over her. As she went to the bridge to cross, there was a male who had passed her entering onto the bridge.
And did she say whether or not she could actually see if he was going onto the bridge or not?
She stated that she couldn't tell specifically if he entered onto the bridge.
And all of this is contained within this body cam recording that I showed you a small portion of?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, any follow-up?
Yes. So when was the second interview conducted?
I believe it was a different day, but I don't recall exactly.
The phone interview was that the day after the stabbing of Karim Abou Najm?
I believe so.
When was the second interview? Do you know?
I can't recall exactly what day.
That entire second interview was recorded.
Yes.
The prosecutor just showed you a clip.
Yes.
But then he just asked you another question about another part, correct?
Of the interview?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you wanted to, you could have presented a clip from that part as well.
Objection, argumentative.
It is. Sustained.
Did you, before you testified today, did you review the video of the second interview?
I did not.
Did you review a verbatim transcript of the second video?
I did not.
So when you just answered that one question, were you basing on that of your review of the report?
Yes.
And we've already established your report of the 7-minute interview had at least 2 errors in it, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever compare your report of the second interview with the transcript to see if that had any errors?
Prior to testifying today, I did so as I wrote the report. I did not do that within getting the subpoena for this testimony.
Did you compare the transcript when you wrote the first report summarizing the 7-minute interview?
Yes, I did.
And there were still 2 errors in it?
That's correct.
Your Honor, can you just approach very briefly?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Off the record.
So I just did a quick Google, and that's from 2018, but 29% of incarcerated population in California receive mental health treatment. Again, that's just a quick Google, but let me, I looked this up during Chloe Driver's trial, and that basically California's prison is just a de facto mental health facility.
Evidence, and we're on the record, and I appreciate everyone's patience.
Your Honor, I do have a few more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
After the second interview, did you ask Ms. Cheney if she would work with a sketch artist?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Was that your idea, or did someone give you that direction?
I don't recall.
Why did you want her to work with a sketch artist?
Simply just to see if she could detail the person she observed near the bridge.
So after 2 interviews, did you believe that the person she observed may have been the stabber?
Yes.
Is that why you asked her to work with sketch artists?
Again, just to see if she could give more detail, because they have a lot more expertise in bringing memory to paper.
What do you mean bringing memory to paper?
As far as detailing, from my understanding, a sketch artist is trained to be able to place whatever they're describing and actually form a picture for us to view.
Who was the sketch artist?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about that sketch artist's background?
I do not.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that was a new area. Do you want to ask questions on it?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Deputy, there was a question about what date the second interview happened on. Would referring to your report refresh your memory on the date of the second interview?
It would.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
What was the date of the second interview?
It was May 1st.
So 1 day after the first interview?
Correct.
And at the time that you did that second interview, there was still a potential serial killer at large in the city of Davis.
That's correct.
And so the Davis Police Department was following every possible lead in the case, correct?
Yes.
Regardless of how little value that lead may ultimately have.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Hutchinson asked about your hour and 17 long minute body camera. To your knowledge, is there a transcript of that that's already been prepared?
Possibly, yes.
Have you seen one?
I have not.
So you wouldn't know whether or not there is a transcript or not?
I wouldn't.
Okay. That concludes the testimony of now Deputy Gione.
Thank
Did
you.
I get the name right?
You did.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome. Thanks for making time for us. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, does that bring us to the issues that I need to work with you on?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we're going to do something a little different then. We're going to take a mid-afternoon break earlier, and it's going to be longer because I need to work with the lawyers on a few issues. So I think what we'll do is take a half hour. That gives me 15 minutes to work with the lawyers, and then that gives staff and the lawyers a break. So if we run a little longer, just don't worry. I'm working on the case. I'm trying to get to you. But this is gonna be a half hour, and you won't get another break necessarily for the rest of the afternoon, other than stretching and things like that. Maybe you will, but I'm going to try to keep things moving. Okay, so with that, remember the three-part admonition, and I'll see you in a half hour for the final session today. Thank you, folks. Off the record.
Well, I wonder if they're going to come back and show us. All right, so I just dropped the, if you guys want to watch it, obviously later, but Therapist Gione and Dr. Rachel got together with me, and we talked about the Chloe Driver case. We did a recap. So check that out if you want to, because we a lot of questions that we're asking about this with not guilty reason of insanity, he's going to get released if he goes to facility, all that stuff. Dr. Rachel really breaks down. It's difficult. You just don't go and spend a year in a facility and then you're gone. You're released on society. It's not that at all. So there's a lot of monitoring. There's are we going to hear? Yes. Oh, okay, awesome.
Presence of the jury, and we have a couple issues I wanted to address. First, there was an objection earlier by the prosecution to admissibility of defendant's video statement to the police. The objection is overruled. The defense will be allowed to play the video evidence as the defense has argued, and as the court has indicated earlier. The evidence is not offered for the truth of the matter. It is being offered as circumstantial evidence of a serious mental health condition, which is the central issue in this case. This is a first-degree murder charge. The state of mind of the defendant and his mental health as it relates to premeditation, deliberate and willful conduct is front and center. This evidence is highly relevant, and it's evidence relied upon by the doctors in diagnosing the defendant with a serious mental health illness. It is consistent with prior testimony regarding the behavior and appearance of the defendant, and consistent with the symptoms of schizophrenia and a serious mental health condition. And again, in this case, it's not being offered for the truth of some denial that he did not commit these offenses. That the defense is conceding the truth of the stabbings. And so perhaps if this were a different case and not one involving a claim of mitigated mental health in a first-degree charge, there might be a different outcome. The rule of law, of course, is set forth, as I mentioned earlier, in the Law Commission notes on Evidence Code 1250, and it's also in the case cited by the people in their brief, in their introduction, People v. Ortiz. It explains the difference between state-of-mind evidence and non-hearsay circumstantial evidence for one's state of mind.
Sorry, Super Bowl. Doggone it. God, I hate when they do that. I'm throwing my papers. That is so annoying. They had the feed on the entire day, and then they go and they kill it there. Dang it. Right? They had the feed on the entire day. All right. That, you know what really grinds my gears? That literally grinds my gears. There's absolutely no reason for them to do that. Newton, where are you? Where are you, Newton? Newton! Where are you? Newton! 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 Where are you? Newton! Newton! Doggone it! Oh, when you come back into the chat, Newton, you are gonna get you're gonna get hammered. Oh man, that is so annoying. Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. KCRA must have cut it. Doggone it. All right. Well, I know it wasn't your fault. I was never blaming you. I was never blaming you. I always figured it was the station, but still. Dang it. All right. Paging Newton, save us. Okay, it's not Newton's fault. Everybody calm down, including me. Wally. Oh man, that so stings. Literally, they had it on the entire day. This channel had it on the entire day, meaning the news channel, because they always cut it after every after break. They cut. They do that. They've been doing that in the entire trial. And then here's the one day they left it running, and then the one time. I was saying Newton in the sun. Yeah, Newton. Yeah, that's like Newton. All right. Well, we'll recap. And yes, we do love you, Newton. You are the best. You are doing fantastic work. You are doing fantastic work. We know this is not your deal. So, all right, let's recap. We can at least recap what we've heard so far. They're taking a half-hour break, so I'll just keep an eye on their feed over here. All right, let's go through what we've heard so far. So, Deputy Chris. Just kind of getting back with Alex Torres, Detective Torres. Not everything. So the towel, he picked the towel up, and that it had the prosecution said, "You didn't use your gloves." He's like, "Yeah, no, because there was no biohazard because there was no blood on that." So then the redirect comes back. Did he just ask you if everything of evidentiary value was sent out? And Detective Torres is like, yeah, he did. Were the hamper evidentiary value? Yes, they were. Were the shorts evidentiary value? Yes, they were. Did the shirt have evidentiary value? Yes, it did. Were they sent out for testing? Were they not? Were they sent out for testing? No, they were not. No, they were not. No, they were not. So, shorts and shirt had suspected blood until test. Okay, says until testing is done, it's just suspected, right? And then he's like, if you had to empty your bank account, and of course that brought chuckles from the courtroom. He said, of course I would speculate, but his opinion is that it was blood. So why that part wasn't sent out, and or then it was never sent to the defense, because then the defense could send it out. Why wasn't that handed over? All right, then we hear from Deputy Christina Gione. We heard about her yesterday. They mentioned her name. So she investigated the stabbings. She was the one that Hannah Cheney called. Hannah was the young woman who was riding her bike home after a birthday party. So let's see. They played her. So she called her on the phone because she called in a tip, right? So Deputy Gione is returning the phone call, the tip, all that stuff. So she said the person had a hoodie on, late teens, early 20s, had tannish skin, thought that was Hispanic in in background. Had a little bit of facial hair, definitely did not have any glasses. She said she wrote a report and she was also taking notes during that. Then the defense is trying to say, well, in your report it says he didn't have facial hair, but we just heard that he did have facial hair. She said, well, that was a mistake. Then there was another thing. He was definitely turning on the bridge. She was referencing that personal interview versus the phone call. So then she says she misspoke the first time. So this report is solely based on the in-person interview. So a little, I don't know, kind of weirdness there. Let's see. Definitely turning onto the bridge. The direct quote was, she mentioned the male was running from the left and the male was attempting to turn onto the bridge, definitely, and appeared. She said that was a mistake too. So I think he's just pointing out there were some mistakes, such as they are. Take them for what they are. Some people will make a big deal out of that. Other people will be like, yeah, whatever. So it is what it is. I have to sneeze. So the reports are meant to be in summary, and they're not verbatim. Then he mentions this deputy Ramos is married to a sergeant, and I missed that last name. So remember that happened way back in the state's case, that the one guy, his wife was part of. Thank you guys, and Newton. Yeah. Oh, Newton's giving info. Let's see. Thank you, Irish Amy. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Missing officer that ran info through dispatch. No one knows who it is. All right. Let me go to Newton. All right. Hold on. Where's Newton? All right. I'm archiving on Law and Crime. If we were live 10 days ago, yep. Joint operation to have a direct feed. Talk of body cam right now. John Jose's name is talked about. I'll just take these notes. Let's see. From Newton. John Joes. Missing officer. That ran info through dispatch. Thank you, Newton. Keep it coming. No one knows who it is. No one knows who it is. Appreciate it, Newton. Officers, let's see. More talk of an officer not having a record. Officer not having a record of some. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. Apparently they're back, or they're live again. Okay, thank you, Aaron. Now hold on. Looks like we got a feed again. Why you guys are just you're messing with me. All right, hold on. It's driving me crazy. All right, he's back. Maybe they heard us complaining. Okay.
I agree. I'll order the witness back based on this context. They can do it in rebuttal.
That's fine, but what he just said about there will absolutely be a contact, that is completely contradictory to what Officer Story testified to. He said he has contact every day when there's no recording whatsoever.
I thought he said that.
Yeah, and so what the prosecutor just said, maybe they're going to produce another officer who will say that, but that's not what Officer Story said.
Okay.
He said...
Well, they're allowed to try. So, yeah, absolutely. So that's part of your rebuttal case. I understand. Thanks for sharing that with me. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty good. So jumping back to the video, I did want to make one additional observation. And that is that I am allowing the playing of the full video. And I think that if you just if you applied 352 and you took excerpts of it, you wouldn't capture the full magnitude of the behavior and the conduct of the defendant. So I understand the defense has asked for the full video, and I see the logic of that. I do think it's relevant, and I think that 352 is not a concern here, that the probative value clearly outweighs the additional time spent on that. So although that wasn't an argument that was being made, I did want to make that record on that. Okay, so with that then, how much time will Muscardini take?
No, I was going to lay the foundation. I may ask him some questions as we go along, but his questions will be short, but he would have to sit here to watch a video. We could have him come back after the fact if he doesn't want to sit and watch the entire video, but...
he has to watch the video with all of us. He's the witness.
Okay.
Yeah, he needs to be here. So make sure he takes a bathroom break like all of us. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's the way it works.
Okay, then I'm just going to ask him, is this...
Right.
And then go from there.
One last question to all of the lawyers as a matter of jury management. We're going to start at or about 2:45, and then we're going to roll into what you're estimating is 5.5 hours.
I believe it's a little over 6.
Right, because you're doing the Torres tail end of it. So I may direct you to stop it every half hour for a stretch break. Yeah, and so anyway, I'm going to try to do that. Thank you, folks. Yes, sir.
Unrelated issue.
Yes.
There's been both in our trial brief and then subsequently we made requests for judicial notice, and the court granted the first, and I'm just guessing
the sundown.
Yes.
Yeah, that request for judicial notice is granted, and the court will make part of the record the calendar for April on its own motion that's granted, and mark that as a court exhibit. Thank you. Off the record. Yeah, we're off. But what else? Yeah.
I was going to draft an instruction that.
All right, so I heard they're coming back at 2:45, which is only like 15 minutes at this point. All right, so thank you, Newton. You are the best. Thanks for getting that back in. It wasn't even the KCR guy here. Someone at control board flipped the switch. All right. And that's fine. I mean, it's weird because I get that they're breaking it at the breaks, right? So they're doing these individual clips. I get that instead of one long stream. I'm used to that, and I get it. But today was different because it was one long stream. They didn't break it, and then all of a sudden there's the break now, right? Because they've always played when the lawyers are talking to the judge. We've always heard that. That's why I'm always waiting for them to come back, because they often do come back. So it just threw me when we were hearing them, and then all of a sudden it ended. So anyway. Thank you, Newton. You are awesome. You are fantastic. Keep up the good work. You have earned whatever treats, drinks, pay, whatever you need. You have earned it. Whatever you earn, whatever you receive, you have earned it. So. All right. So no, they're just on a break for about another 10 minutes. 2:45. They're coming back. So. That'll be 5:45 East Coast time, 2:45 Pacific time. So they will be back soon. All right, so let's get back to Deputy Christina Gione. Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah. So we had just finished with this Deputy Ramos is married to a sergeant. That was where the gentleman who was on the stand, he was married to a woman who was part of SWAT, and she was part of the K9 unit, and there was some kind of legal something or other there, and the defense was trying to get out of that he may have altered that report because it was his wife. So I think that's what they're talking about there. And then under cross. So there was a second interview with Hannah, so that was allowed. The in-person interview was at the station. That was the second interview. That was also recorded by body cam. It's an hour and 17 minutes, but they only played a 40-second clip. And Hannah says It was dark. I didn't see blood, so I thought it was a medical emergency. She said I was tipsy, and it wouldn't be much help in this situation. That's why she kept going. She told us that on the stand. She did not say that she was tipsy. She did say she was at a birthday party, but she did not say that she was tipsy. So take that for what it is. Then let's see. Redirect came back about the sketch artist. She asked the detective, or the deputy asked for a sketch artist because it's her impression that sketch artists take memory and they put it to paper. So, and then as we were listening to the judge, and we were cut off there for a little bit, but Newton came back with some notes. So let's see. Before we were cut, I have. Judge says this brings us to the issues that the judge says he needs to work with on the defense. Defense will be allowed to play video evidence. Serious mental health issues is consistent with testimony. The defense is conceding the truth of the stabbings. I say I'm not sure. That's what's confusing me. So if he's conceding the truth of these stabbings, and that is, well, he didn't, and the client did it, then why does he keep up? Why does he keep on bringing up these? Some other dude did it. Why does he keep bringing that defense up? That it was somebody else. So I'm not quite sure why he's doing that, or why he's questioning the law enforcement work. I guess they have to, right? That's part of his job. He has to just give as best of a defense as he can. And if he's seeing police work that is questionable, he's going to bring it up, I guess. I mean, that's the only thing I can make out of that. And then, Fala, thank you for the, and you got Newton. Awesome. Fantastic. Woohoo. Good job. There you go, Newton. There is your reward. Thank you so much, Fala. Yes. Newton got a membership from Fala. Good job. Come on down. Look at you. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Fala. That is fantastic. Thank you so much. That is great. Thank you. That's a good day. Fantastic. All right. Good job, Fala. You always seem to get people that are in our chat. I love it. Okay. There you go. All right, Newton. Yes. Awesome. Yes, well done, Fala. Extra cheese balls for Fala. And yes, Fala is the GOAT. Yes, she is. All right, fantastic. All right, so then defense is okay. So then this came in from Newton. This is Newton. We missed this, so I was looking at your posts. There was some talk about John Joas, Joas, whatever. There was a missing officer that ran info through dispatch. No one knows who it is. The officer not having a record of some missing evidence, and then it kicked back in, and I picked back up with Officer Story. Will be part of the rebuttal case. Officer Story. We did hear from Officer Story before. They're going to start at 2:45. Then talk about. They're going to play. It's going to be 6.5 hours of video. They're going to break every half hour. So we definitely heard from Officer Story before. Let's see. Have we not heard from? Oh yeah, Officer Jacob Story. He was number 53. He's the one that arrested Carlos. Yes, he was one of the officers that arrested Carlos. So he had the body cam. He was the one that turned his body cam off. Is he the one that turned his body cam off? Let's see. Body cam. They showed some body cam. Personal problems registered. Roommates break. Body cam will not show everyone he spoke to. I can't remember if he's the one that turned it off. Or if it was the other guy that turned it off. Okay, yeah, he did turn off his body cam. So he's the one that his body cam was working, but then he turned it off. So Officer Story is the one whose body cam was turned off. I'll write that down. Body cam was turned off. And as we heard from Deanna, she sent us, thank you so much, Deanna, for sending us the policy. I'll read it once again for those that may have missed it. This is coming from Davis Police. BWC, or body-worn camera, may not be turned off during use of force incident. However, let's see, if it's used during any other situation, it becomes necessary to discuss issues or concerns with another officer or supervisor in private away from any person who is being detained and or in custody, the BWC may be turned off. The intention to stop the recording will be noted by the officer verbally before switching the device off. See, he did not do that. He did not say that. He just turned it off, and he took it off his body as well. When the private conversation is ended, the BWC recordings is expected to resume. So again, I don't have an issue with them turning off their body cam. I was just my issue was more just say, hey, I'm about to go discuss a potentially private conversation, sensitive information. I'm going to turn off my body cam. That's all I really was looking for. I was not looking for them to. He was following policy. He didn't say he was turning it off. That's one thing he did not say. So was he following policy strictly? You could argue no, but all right. We've got a few more minutes. What do we got here? Pammy Newton, here you go. With some cheese balls, just don't touch the lens. Pammy, that would be really, really funny if we saw like some prints on the lens. Super Ball looks like one of your cats, Moki. Aw, cool. Aw, widespread panic, dropping some Super Ball emojis. Ooh, OnlyFan, challenging Zach. Instead of your next $2 super chat, why not turn green? Oh, Deanna May. Whoop, whoop, whoop. New member. Welcome to Rabbit Ears, Deanna. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Therapist, cheese dust on the lens. Yeah, Pammy. It would. That would be really funny. Welcome, Deanna May. Fantastique. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say that again. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Deanna May, welcome to the family. Therapist, welcoming you in as well. Appreciate it. So nice to have some new members. There you go. Some cheese balls and a thank you. Just Shamrock, thinking of tomorrow too. I'm not sure if it's just to watch Carlos not speaking. I understand why defense will play it. Hopefully they'll play some today so I can get a feeling for it. They were supposed to bring, he was supposed to get in something for today. I think we were going to hear, he talked about having Christina Gione come in. She was going to come in at 1:30, which she pretty much did. And then from there, Zach, still saving up for his membership. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Zach is he's still testing the waters. Doesn't want to put a ring on it just yet. Still testing the waters. We're still in the dating phase. Zach, you still not ready to make us your wife or your husband, whichever way. Not ready to put a ring on us yet. I think we will get a touch of the video today. So please cross your fingers that the audio is good. Video will probably be okay, but it's always the audio in these interrogations. The audio 98% of the time is just it's just terrible. So fingers crossed, cross your fingers. Your commitment averse. Right on. Oh, I have an update, you guys. I have an update. I just saw Baker. Yep. Zach asked around if I hadn't gotten used to you and Baker, then who knows? I have an update for our anniversary stream. All right, listen up. I have reached out to people that I was teasing yesterday, and they have all said yes. So right now, in no particular order, our anniversary stream, which will be next Saturday, not this Saturday, but Saturday the 31st, starting at noon. Broken Baker, again, not in any particular order. Broken Baker, P.I. Sam, Nick Starro, Dr. Rachel, Therapist You Know, Joe Schmo, Trial Junkies United, True Crime Addict, and wait for it, drum roll, Recovery Addict. Whoop, whoop. So, yes, Scott has agreed to come on. I still have requests out to a few more people, but that's what's on the slate right now. Those are the people that have officially agreed to and given me times. So I have to figure out the schedule. So, who's Blinken Baker? Blinken Biker? Who is that? Blinken Baker? Blakett Baker? So, yes. Therapist You Know, Rachel, and Florida PI Sam. Yes. Yes, it is a nice lineup. Deanna May, woohoo, Recovery Addict. You come here from RA. We have a lot of people that have come here from RA. Yeah, you know it, Gordon. Of course, I have to, right? I have to let you guys know. Am I just going to say, hey, come and watch our anniversary stream for special guests? Oh, maybe okay. All right. To that end, Gordon, I'm not going to tell you. If I've asked 4 other people. I'm not going to say who. If they agree, then I won't tell you. How about that? Joe Schmo, not in any particular order, but you listed me after therapist. It's not. No, this is how I wrote it down. And actually, Joe, you're going to be probably, well, yeah, right now, Joe, I have you as second, but I have a feeling you and I are probably going to talk the longest. I think that's just the way it's going to work. So, what's RA? That's Recovery Addict, Gloria. Recovery Addict is RA. Beeping package story, please. Oh, I don't think I have time because they should be coming back. Oh, awesome. I did not know that. We have another confirmation. All right, Gordon, I'm not going to say who else confirmed because you... okay, I'm not seeing that confirmation, but I'm gonna... Oh, because Aaron has it on another thing. All right, and special guests. How about that? I'm just going to say and special guests. I'm not going to give it away. How about that? We're having food at the anniversary show? Possibly. Not quite sure yet. Just a bunch of messages saying, who dis? Yes, on your phone. All right, cool. All right, so we have one more confirmation. Special guests. Special guests. And special guests. So yeah, we're doing a 1-year anniversary. Aaron started the channel May 1st, and we started streaming Chud like the 25th, 6th, I forget when. And then when he was done, we caught about 5 days of him. And then when he was done, we pizza from Steve's Place. When his trial was over, we picked up on Karen Reed. Will there be cake? Thank you, Moki. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're almost at 6798, so we're 2 away from 6,800 subscribers. So in 1 year, I think that's pretty good. All right, here we go.
Record case 23-1391 in a jury trial, defense case, taking evidence, and we are on the afternoon session. So, Mr. Hutchinson, you're calling Sergeant Muscardini?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, let's get him. We are going to go through the process one more time, sir. So come on in. We will administer the oath and have a seat.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Matthew Muscardini. It's MATHEWMUSCARDINI.
Hasn't changed.
I spelled it right.
Thank you for being here, and thank you
Thanks.
for your patience with the court.
Yeah.
Your testimony is important to us. And Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Sergeant Muscardini, who made the decision that you would be one of the detectives who would interview Mr. Dominguez?
I don't think anybody made the decision since I had made contact with them initially. And I was one of the detectives that was a part of the investigation. I was a part of the interview.
When you made contact with him initially, what other detective was with you?
Officer Yu, or Detective Yu.
Why was the decision made that it would be Sergeant Ramos and not Detective Yu who would conduct the interview with you, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in Defense Exhibit DD.
Double D.
Double D. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the interview room that we at the Davis Police Department.
And do you see the date and time noted in the left-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And what date and time is this video starting at?
May 3rd, 2023 at 5:37 p.m.
Have you watched this surveillance video before?
Yes, I have.
Not surveillance, but interview video?
Yes.
When people move within the room, are there little lines that will indicate that someone's body is moving? Have you seen that?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, we'll just
Okay.
play the video.
Well, hold on. Tell me when you're going to actually play the video, because I want to instruct the jury.
Right now.
Okay, you're ready to start?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the piece of evidence that is on the screen is perhaps over 6 hours long, okay? And I believe the intent is to play it straight through, okay? So I just wanted to alert you that that's what we're going to be doing. We will not be finishing that today, so we'll have to continue it tomorrow when we start. All right? And so I would draw your attention to this piece of evidence and do the best you can to maintain focus on it. I intend, and I told the lawyers to try to take a stretch break, perhaps every half hour. Okay? And that's my plan right now. If I feel the need to take more breaks, we may do that too. But I wanted you to understand what we're doing right now, okay? So that's where we're at, and I appreciate your attention to this piece of evidence. Okay, and then, even though it's late in the afternoon, how would you like the lights? What do you think is best?
Whatever the court feels is best for viewing the video.
Okay, I think we should, I'm going to poll the jury. Okay, show of hands whether you want the lights off. Majority rules. Dim, yeah, dim. Oh, okay, I can see the lobbying going on too. Thank you, folks, I appreciate it. So we're going to dim the lights, not darken the lights. The middle lighting. Yeah. Okay, thank you, folks. All right, Mr. Hutchinson.
Yes, and I'm going to turn it on. All right, yeah, good. We're doing the green light.
I have to stop here to get it to the right screen. I apologize.
Yeah, he only knows himself? Yeah. Then proof that you're gonna see? Come on, warm in here, huh? A little bit. Soda or anything, just let me know, okay? If nothing else to drink or soda or something, you good here. Oh. Alright, so you're from Oklahoma? So you go to UC Davis, right? Yeah. What are you studying there? Bioscience? What's your interest in bioscience? Just out of curiosity.
Nursing. Mainly, like biology.
Okay.
Oh.
So do you have any specific type of nursing you want to try to get into?
Like a RN nurse or a PA. But I'm still
Not very well. What drew you to nursing?
Huh?
What drew you to want to be like nursing as opposed to any other of the medical fields?
Medical,
Well, again, the nurse between, being a nurse versus like a paramedic versus, a doctor versus a surgeon as far as, medical field's pretty broad.
I'll say, it just brings my attention because of versus it's they have the schedule they go and then they mainly check the person. But the patient and then the medical involves the medical field. I have been looking more into that, to see what other options there are, besides nurse.
Okay.
But I'll say once I'm more sure about nursing, then I want to I'm looking at
So this quarter,
there's other options.
are you in the fourth quarter right now, or is it still the third?
It's the third quarter. Or it's the second.
Second. Wait, do you see on quarters or semesters?
It's quarters.
On quarters. So right now, which quarter are you guys in?
Just the second.
The second. What's your class look like right now?
The class one?
Yeah, which classes are you taking right now?
I'm taking 2 psych classes and 1 bio, and that's about it.
How are your grades?
Right now, school's just started, but I haven't keeping up with the work. But I have to make up for it. I have to take some of my other classes.
So it's been a little rougher of a quarter for you than before?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at, I had a vague interest, I guess, in the medical field. And there's a point where I think like being more of an EMT or a paramedic, because at the level of training is about here versus nurses and doctors and surgeons, to be honest. I was good in biology, but that was it. Any other science classes are destroying me. If you have math in there, I'm done. Not a chance. When you first got accepted, what kind of grades did you have to have you even accepted to UC Davis?
I got to Davis with a 3.8, 3.8 something there.
What high school did you come from?
From Casimir.
I saw that.
CASTLENENC.
Castleman, yeah, 3.8. Is that in Oakland or is it?
Yeah.
When you go home to Oakland, you have parents live there, family, you said you had family there.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
When was the last time you were home?
I was there at, but that's about it.
How long was that, I think?
I'll say like a year.
Those many years you've been home?
Yeah.
Do you even keep in contact with your family?
Yeah.
Give a phone. Give a phone.
No, not right now. But yeah.
What's your phone number?
510-693-1899.
That's a cell phone.
Yeah.
Okay, where's that at? Yeah, what you said?
No.
Yeah.
No, that's just like my old phone.
Your old phone number? So do you have an active phone right now? That doesn't mean you need to call. If I talk to you tomorrow, I can get a hold of you.
No, I have like the internet,
So you got messaging or, okay. Do you have like an email account or?
Yeah, email account.
What's your email?
CR ARLO stop DOMI and then at David or David E. UC Davis.
At UC
Davis.
.edu.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Cool. So CRARLO at Domi or DOMI.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought I suggested if I need to hold it some other time, if you and Anthony and get some kind of contact.
Okay.
Somebody. So somebody was saying you're going to the store, coming from the store, when you got stopped by the cops?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little more about one of the things you had on. You had a knife in your bag. Does that sound familiar? You don't know?
I didn't have a knife in my bag.
Did you have a knife by your person? There's a black knife that you had.
No.
No? Okay. That must be, I would probably should check that again. Make sure my facts are straight. What's your address in town?
2022. Adjournment.
And do you have any roommates?
Yeah.
What are their names?
One of them is, his name is, I think it's, Bill?
Your roommates, so you get all at the same age-ish, or
About, I'll say.
Are they all students, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So how many roommates, do you have 4 roommates total, or is it
4 roommates total.
Okay. So there's 5 people in the house together, total, with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So Phil, well,
Phil, Darren, she's still Darren, I can't remember the name.
the other guys, are they male, female? Are they men, women?
Yeah.
So 5 guys in the same house?
Yeah.
Alright, so I still remember, it's not a big deal. How many, been living in the same house in the last 2 years, or any lived together? Are you working right now?
No.
Just full-time student?
Yeah.
I know we were talking about your family a little bit. What's your dad, your mom, they still live together, or are they separated?
Separated.
What's your mom's name? What's your last name? You know her phone number or her address?
I don't know. Eight, 6, 2. 6. Oh. 88. For 6068. 6068.
And do you remember her address?
No.
Where's your dad? You don't remember what his name is? Brothers or sisters? Any siblings? Have you ever been in trouble before? Like with the police? Or, no. No, not in Oakland? You lived somewhere out in Oakland and Davis? Did you live in a different city?
No.
Have you ever had a job?
No.
You ever thought about working before becoming a nurse? Maybe you have, a couple years of school and nurse.
I've been thinking about like some internships to apply to see just to get some experience. But besides that, not really.
What kind of internships are you looking at?
Mainly internships, like community based. Normally, yeah.
Doing what? What kind of work are you interested in?
Mainly helping people. That's why I've been looking at the RN and the nurse.
I'm sorry, how old did you say you were?
21.
21, okay. Is it jail in or jail agent?
Jail agent.
Okay. You're 21, when's your birthday?
10/10. 9.
So you're turning, how old this year?
2.
You're turning 22 this year? Okay. This little puzzle because the math didn't quite add up. That's why I was asking, because you say you're 21 and 1999. You turned 24 this year. So did I make a mistake in writing that down? Did I mishear you?
No, I should be.
That makes sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, but actually 10/10, 01.
Like 01?
Yeah.
So 10/10 of 2001. Okay. 10. But it's a mistake. So you just forgot.
Yeah, I think I just kind of forgot.
Okay. Are you man, no, first, are you afraid of me?
No.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you're not very typically, people, when they get scared, then they mix up facts and they mix up numbers and birthdays. It's just an odd one about forgetting the year you're born and messing up. And you have the math major, but it's a pretty easy one. But, so you're sure you're not 22 this year?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay, man? You good? Sure? Okay. Are you still not hungry?
No, I'm good.
Alright. I want to talk to you a little bit more in depth about things that are more specific. But before I do, I want to read your rights. Obviously, you're not handcuffed or anything. This is something that I have to do. Have you ever seen like auto use or anything? We do our rights. I'm going to read them to you, so just to make sure you understand, okay? And then we can keep talking about them, but a variety of different things. Yeah, so you have the rights to remain silent. Do you understand that? You do? Okay, can you just sit for a while, so I'm going to catch you now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if you don't, I can explain more in depth. I'll make sure you get it. Anything you say may be used against you in court, do you understand that? You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're not a foreign attorney, we'll leave one to you free of charge for any questions if you want. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do those 4 things. I want to make sure that you understand everything as I read it to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Going back to the birthday thing, you said, I just want to make sure that you're over 18. You're in the goal, right? Okay. What did you do for your birthday last year in October?
My place.
Your place.
I don't really do much.
You don't do much? You a gamer?
Not really.
Really? Not everybody's a gamer now. It's rare that I find somebody who isn't. But you're not big into video games?
No.
What do you do for fun? Let's step out for a second. Did you hear anything? Like, what excites you? Like, what's fun for you?
I'll say,
music. What kind of music do you do?
you mentioned rap music or something in the car. Yeah, I'm into rap music and, R&B.
Okay, so the big question is, do you like the newer stuff or the older stuff?
I'll say I like the older stuff.
There you go. I can get down all the older stuff. I can't get into the newer stuff. I just never really liked it. Have you have like Instagram?
Yeah.
What's your handle?
Are you that all the time?
I would say, yeah, well, I'm thinking more like pilot, Maverick. Yeah, what's your Instagram name thing?
Treaxel. And then, N-O-S-A.
Was there 2 N's or just 1 N?
Or actually, no spot. N-O-S-V-A.
V-A, okay. Like, what did that tell me? Like, how do you say that?
Treox, no spot.
So Treoxelnosva. What is that? What does that mean?
To me?
Yeah.
I'll say it's like it's something we need, within the, what I'm trying to say, but the tree, that's the first few words is it's just like the tree, like T-R-E-A, but then it's just and then the other, no spot, it's just something that keep in mind. And I just kind of put those within my perspective to see what I could create and yeah, create this law. So on the personal side, what does it mean for you? Is this a spiritual meaning? Is it emotional? Is it an intellectual meaning? Or what's the meaning? Like, what does it mean to you? So it's like another way of like trying to like describe something, but like with intent, like it means like. And like that's what like I want to like show like what it means. Like I don't know. I see like different meanings within there. Okay. But to me, to answer like your question, I think it's like. Sounds like I think it's not just to grow, like, yeah. Is there any other, like, social media that you use in your accounts? No. You don't have a Snapchat or a Facebook or? No, not really. Not really? Where do you get, like, your news from? Do you watch TV at all? No. You don't watch TV? No. Do you stream movies, shows? Are you into like watching anything? No. Have you ever been into? I have been like live streams. Yeah, or yeah, whether it's the live stream on a specific channel about a subject or a topic, or any podcasts type of stuff, any movies you're into. Whatever it used to be. Not really. We do for fun. Just like music. That's about it. So take me through like a typical day. Today's Wednesday. So about what time do you think you woke up today? Well, it's pretty early, like I'll say, or at least to me, like 7, around like 7. Yeah. So take me through the day. Woke up about 7 o'clock. Yeah, I woke up, got some work done, and that's about it. And then after I was done.
Thanks. All right, we're going to take a stretch. Let's raise the blinds just for a minute. Put it back down in a second. I'm going to stand up and stretch. Off the record.
Stretch break. So far, really, the only thing I heard, he could barely spell his mom's name. He's like, what's your mom's name? How's it spelled? He's like, mom is, finally he got out Varla, V-A-R-L-A. His Miranda rights were read, but he's not in handcuffs, and he understands his rights. So he likes rap, but he likes older stuff. So no, they're going to take half-hour breaks, Pammy.
Did traffic clear? Have we heard?
You probably cleared only to have another wreck.
I'm looking, like I said earlier, I'm looking forward to a Waymo world. Or whatever competitor comes up with something in that market. I'm not marketing here. Okay, thank you all. Yep. Okay, back on the record, we just took a very brief break, and we're going to resume the video in just a moment.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Right, yeah, just a moment too. So technology-wise, I see the line that you asked him about, right? When I watched this, I was getting the line without the shaded filler to the box.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's a way that you can sort that for us, technology-wise.
Are we on record now?
Yeah, we are on record.
So you see the boxes when there's movement?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
I had, yeah. I didn't remember, but yes.
Have you seen the boxes kind of light up for you and Detective Ramos?
I have.
Since we've been watching, how many times have you seen the box for Mr. Dominguez?
I don't think I saw it once, but
Sir, why did you, was Mr. Dominguez under arrest at this time?
I don't remember if that.
You said you didn't read him his Miranda rights at the scene because he wasn't under arrest.
Correct.
So all that's transpired since you left the scene was he was transported and led to the interview room, correct?
Correct.
So is he under arrest now?
Objection, relevance.
To be honest with you, I don't remember if he was under arrest at that point.
Have you told him he's under arrest at this point?
No.
So why did you read him his Miranda rights? Or why did Sergeant Ramos read him his Miranda rights?
Because we were going to ask him questions about what we were investigating.
My question is, what changed between him being questioned at the scene, where you said you didn't have to read him his Miranda rights, to being transported to the station? What factor caused you to now read him his Miranda rights?
I don't know. I didn't read them.
Right, but hold on. So back to the question I asked you, do you know technology-wise how to get at least the shading off?
I do not.
Okay. And then the second question is, I feel like that's the audio. I mean, you selected the audio level, and it is difficult to pick up some of it.
I have as high as it can go.
Right. I feel like that's the best you can do. And I just wanted to admonish the jury. This is a piece of evidence. You know, I can't make it any better than it is. And once admitted, you will have access to this in jury deliberations. So I just wanted to share that with you. Okay? Thank you, counsel. Go ahead.
What kind of work did you get done? Some schoolwork. Which classes you were on? I had the 2 psych classes that What day did you go to school? I have class every day. Did you go to class today? No, I didn't. Which class were you supposed to go to today? The psych class. So you did 2 psych. What are the names of each of those classes? One is psych 40, human memory, and the other one is psych 40, or psych 30, learning development.
papers to submit.
Yeah.
So it was a difficult assignment or papers, projects.
There was some projects, but no.
All right. So you woke up 7 o'clock, got some schoolwork done, and then you went. Where'd you go get food?
I'm so sorry.
Which one?
To Safeway?
Safeway?
Yeah.
Which Safeway did you go to?
By the plaza.
Well, they're both in plazas. Do you know the street that is on?
No, I don't.
How far from your house is it?
I say like almost an hour.
An hour walk.
Yeah.
You didn't walk. I'm sorry, I didn't know you walk. You walk or ride a bike?
Yeah.
Do you have a bike?
No.
Do you have a car?
No.
Do you have a license?
No.
You ever want to get one?
Yeah.
What's up you from getting one?
I just haven't been like looking for a license yet.
Do you take like the driver's ed class when you're in high school?
I took the permit, but I didn't go to the driver's license.
Okay.
But yeah.
You never ride a bike?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have one?
No.
Have you ever had one since you lived in Davis?
Yeah.
What kind of bike do you have?
I don't remember.
How long since you had it?
It's been a bit actually. Like, like a year.
Yeah. So today's Tuesday, or Wednesday. So luckily you're in the memory class. So you understand how the brain works. These are the basics, right?
Yeah.
So going backwards to last night. Do you remember what you did last night?
Yeah.
Okay. Take me through last night. Start with like what time was today.
Sounds like I can't remember.
Really late?
Yeah, it was pretty late.
Pretty late. What were you doing?
Just listening to music.
Would you use like Spotify, iTunes, or Apple Music, or?
Nah, I just have like a playlist, and then I just like go off like the playlist.
Is it the old school rap and R&B, or is it something different?
Nah, it's like the YouTube music.
Gotcha. So last night you played, what did you do yesterday? Like you did on Tuesday.
I just Yeah, that's about it.
What kind of work were you doing?
Just some schoolwork.
Just schoolwork on all 3 classes, or?
No, just the other classes I'm taking.
Yeah, which one?
The bio class.
No, it's by science, right?
No, it's ADG. And yeah, it's ADG.
ADG.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make money, John? Or how do you like pay the bills and your rent and all that kind of stuff?
Right now, I'm a student, so they like help me with financial aid. Yeah, that's about it.
So financially, do you get just a lump sum at the beginning of the school year, or do they? So I'm getting a little personal, but what was that lump sum this year? You know how much it was?
Wasn't it roommates
Like how much money they gave you financially?
I said it was around like 2 months of work. Yeah.
How much is your rent? What's your house on off for?
About like a month.
1 month.
About 1,000.
A month. How do you pay that?
Financial aid, like they, like, I don't know, like they do like
So when the store they buy food, do you use cash, use a card?
I use cash.
You have cash? But how much do you think you spent on food?
Like around 20.
About $20. What'd you buy?
Some bread, some random fruit, and I had gotten some drink, and that's about it.
You were carrying a bag, that grocery bag?
Yeah.
That you were brought home and get your groceries? I mentioned before that there's a knife in your bag. Do you recall that knife?
No, I don't.
Do you know how that would have gotten into your bag?
No.
Have you ever owned a knife?
No.
Do you have any interest or fascination in, knives or sharp things?
I'm not sure.
Just from personal side, I'm always wanted that guy, but I like him. I get a little specific on brands and types that I prefer the SOG, a little better quality. I don't have one because they're expensive. So when I get that I some people like, the bench made is more of a higher and expensive one, which is why I don't own one. Songs in the middle of the road. Gerber makes decent, nice, they're affordable. Gerber's nice. Do you have any preferences or Anything you like?
No.
None that you can think of, or you just never really had to pay attention?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Mm-hmm.
Have you, do you use any drugs?
No.
Or drinking?
No.
It's good to you. I'm just,
No.
okay. You never have, or just not right now?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you can bounce around a little bit. Every Wednesday, Tuesday, can we do Monday?
Monday.
Yeah. 10 minutes school this week.
Yeah.
Which days you go to school?
Monday should be the same. 10 classes.
Which classes do you have on Monday?
The psych classes.
So you have those type classes on what, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday?
Yeah. Yeah.
And your bio classes Tuesday, Thursday?
Yeah.
So I mean, your bio class is lab?
Yeah.
So it's a lab class, how long is that?
Probably. Depends, like 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 4, somewhere around there.
Okay, so if you go to school on Monday, just not today. Until you had bio, right?
Yeah.
Or until you had psych.
Yeah. Today I would have my psych classes and then, yeah.
So you did both your psych classes on Monday?
Yeah.
What time is it at?
One of them is at 3 and the other one is at 6.
Do you know where they're at with what alternate or what class number?
Yeah, one of them is at Wellman and the other one is at California.
Hey John, can you remind me of the spelling of your last name? I know you told me out when we were talking. How do you spell your last name?
Joas.
And what was your middle name again?
This is a John choice.
You don't have a middle name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So just John then? John, okay. Alright, so you did both classes on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay. And you walked, it was a pretty short walk from your house to the university.
Yeah, it's pretty, doesn't take so long.
Did you get your class on time at 3? What time do you have to do the house by?
It's pretty quick, like, a few minutes before.
What did you miss? Like
Like 4 years.
40?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you need 4 minutes early before class, you'll be on time?
Yeah, if I leave like somewhere in between there, I should be there like on time.
Today, what time's your bio class at on Tuesdays?
At 1, and I have another one at like 3.
What's the other class at 3?
It's like the one goes with the ABG.
So is the last portion of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's that class at?
That one's at Wellman.
Wellman, like W-E-L-L-M-A-N?
Yeah. Right. Same day classes. What did you do after that? So your psych class got up like 7:15? Yeah, 7. Went like along with my day, and then went to class, and then yeah, that's about it. Okay. Who after class? We just went to like Monday class, and then just went over like what I had to get done. After class, where'd you go? I went back to my place. Yeah. Your roommate see you there? I don't know if they did. I'm not sure. Okay. So what time do you think you got home? I'll say like going to the single. Lifeline, right? I don't know what that means. What the time frame is? Like 40 minutes to get back, so like 4-ish, somewhere around there. About 4 o'clock? Yeah. So if you had a class at 3, and class at 6 on Monday, just psych classes, right? Yeah. Okay. So after your class starts at 6, do you have a 6 o'clock class? No. For the 6 o'clock class, I was there. You went to your class? Yeah. So what time did it end? Like 8. Okay. What time do you think you got home? Like 8:40, 30. You weren't sure if your roommates would have seen you come home? No. Did you leave your house that night after that? No. And then you went to bed about what time Monday night? Also like 10-ish. And you don't think your roommate saw you at home? Is there anybody that can say that they saw you at home? No. Would it surprise you to know that people are saying you weren't at home Monday night? Could you get mistaken? I don't think so. You didn't go for a walk?
who you are and what your real name is?
Yeah.
You understand how fingerprints work?
Yeah.
We're going to take your fingerprints. You're going to run through the database. We're going to get to the truth in about 20 minutes. Just letting you an opportunity first, before we get on that path, and ask you face to face, man to man, if you're telling me the truth. Because we're going to find out for sure. Okay. So, what's your real name and your date of birth?
John, Joseph, and then 1010, and then 01.
1010 of 01, and how old are you?
21.
21. And how old are you going to turn this year? 22.
Hey John, are you sure your real name's not Carlos?
No.
Do you know any Carloses?
Yeah.
Who's Carlos to you? Or what Carlos is, do you know? Do you have a roommate named Carlos? A friend named Carlos?
No.
Do you know any Carloses?
No.
So when we take your fingerprints, you're not going to be Carlos?
No. So I'm sure you understand at this point, if I want to do this, it's illegal. You can't lie to us, give us your fake name. Fake birthday is actually a crime. So as long as you understand that.
Is your last name Ray Ellis? Do you know that last name?
No.
Have you ever heard of that last name before? Is that like your old name and now you've changed your name?
No.
Whether like legal or illegal, like the court citizens or not, have you ever changed your name?
No.
Or want your name to be something else or had an old name die?
No.
Okay. Monday night, you're sure you weren't out for a walk?
No.
So is there any like video cameras all over downtown? Saw you out for a walk. There's a lot of them downtown. Help me through this.
It's a lot easier to be honest, John, than to not be honest.
The problem with lying is having to remember our own lies and coming back to them. You may tell the truth, and you also think about lies, what you said, what you didn't say. Especially things like your birthday, simple things like that, but you got to do your own. Because I can tell you that I've seen you, I've seen videos of you. Us running across you today was no coincidence. I've been looking for you. But we understand why we have you on video.
sure. There's only one reason why, it's because you're out and about. It's the only reason why you're on video, I can see you clear as day on several different cameras.
Can you explain it to him?
I'm not going, I'm sorry, I'm not going away, man. Well, here's all it takes.
Hey, John, we're not saying you're a bad guy, we're just trying to understand what's going on. Can you tell us what's going on?
No. Pull your hands up on the table. Where'd this come from? How'd you get that? I just like accidentally like, You're emotional like that. I want to worry about that, so I want you to explain to me what that was. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to explain it. I'll try it. For reasonable. Like it was just like with, like pencil, like just. Just not a pencil draw. Just like stabbed it. Just not a pencil. Because that's small time, that's not a pencil.
None of those are from a pencil.
This one is right here.
No.
That is not from a pencil. Take your such off. Don't worry.
Okay. I might have I should maybe grab some things. Any reason you don't want to tell us how you got this mark in your hand? I think you want to tell us why. But you're coming up with other excuses. Am I right?
So, it was just like,
You tell me. It was just like what? Are you able to answer that? What was the question? I was asking him how he actually got that headline name. I don't believe that it was from a template. Yes, and that. Go ahead and take your sweatshirt off. Do you have any other injuries, scratches? You sure? You sure? Do you know what your average resting heart rate is?
What's the BPM?
Yeah.
120 over 80.
Where your resting heart rate beats per minute. I'm not asking what your blood pressure is. How many times when you're resting should your heart be pumping per minute?
Per minute?
Yeah.
Say, about the same. Like,
Not the same? What's the same?
like your pulse, like,
Yeah, what's your pulse?
120, 80, or something.
You want to get nerves. What's your resting heart rate? The typical resting heart rate should be average.
Say, as long as it's within 1 and 120, and like over 8, I think.
I mean, what 120 over 80 means? How do you explain that your pulse?
It's like the pulse within the minute, like how you like you take the pulse and then just take it over the minutes with a second, and then
So you're telling me that your pulse is 120 beats per minute over 80 seconds per hour? Does that sound right?
yeah.
Okay. None of that I just made that up. None of that makes any sense. Okay, yeah, I see that. You guys are telling me the truth. Go to the point where I'm not here by accident. This is a coincidence that we drive around and see you. What was the name of the park that you were at when we first started watching you?
What was that?
What was the name of the park that you were at when we started watching you?
I don't remember.
It's the one right down the street from your house. You go there very often?
Not really.
Not really. Were you there Saturday night?
No.
You weren't there Saturday night? Where were you Saturday night?
Pretty sure I was in my place.
You were made to see there?
No.
You ever heard anybody before?
No.
You ever wanted to hurt anybody before?
Not really.
Tell them the knife in your backpack, or in your bag. You're missing a piece of that knife, making it dangerous. What piece is missing from it?
I'm not sure. I did have to look at the knife.
You did. You did. Can we keep calling you John? Or can we cut through that and I can just refer to you as what your real name is?
Yeah, John. John, check this one.
Well, John's easier. John's easier.
Do you take any medication, John? No. No drugs, no alcohol, no medication? No.
Are you supposed to be taking medication?
No.
Have you ever had a diagnosis? Anything like that?
No.
Have you ever told a lie to keep from getting in trouble?
No.
You riding a bike Monday night?
No.
Were you at the park Saturday night?
No.
About 9 o'clock.
Hey, Carlos, is your last name Dominguez? No.
Why don't you tell us your real name? What are you hiding?
Yes, where your UC Davis email that you gave us comes back to Carlos, and then your middle name is Reales Dominguez with a Z from Oakland. Is that right? Yeah, that should be.
Well, it is or it isn't. It should be. That's your real name.
That's like my financial aid. So that's your, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's your financial aid name?
No, like that's like the info like for my financial aid.
Is that your real name or not?
No.
What's your real name?
John. So I'm confused. So did you change your name from Carlos? Like, did that used to be your name and something like that? So you used to be, is it that you changed your name to John in your mind, or on paper with like the state, or?
Not with the state, but.
So like just for you, yourself? Like you just want to be called John, what is that? Is there a meaning behind that name?
No, yeah, that's like my name, but then for like the financial aid, that's like the, for.
So Carlos, how do you say your middle name? Is it Relis?
No.
How do you say it?
Jones.
Is there a reason that your real name is different from your real name? So you're telling us you're John, but then you're saying financial aid is the Carlos. Is there a reason for that?
The financial aid, like they help me with like the like to like receive financial aid, and then that's like the information that I have.
So are you using someone else's information to get financial aid then, Carlos Dominguez?
No, that's the correct information. Like for financial aid.
What does that mean then? Like help me understand what that means.
Like
do you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not like the smartest person. I'm just trying to figure out like why you're using. What name are you born with?
they're like so Carlos. That's the what I use for financial aid, and then John is like within that, but it's just like not.
What do you mean John's within that? What does that mean?
Like
Actually, I'm sorry, go back to my first question.
Like Carlos, like my financial aid has John and Joe, but it's not like all together. Like financial aid, and then there's the different for like the school. Like the financial aid, and then there's the school information.
So what name were you born with when you were a kid growing up?
John.
Maybe it's in your birth certificate or a social security card. I think I had a social security card in school.
Yeah.
What name is on your social security card?
I don't have a social security card, but like the certificate is both.
You can't have two names on one. What name is on your birth certificate? Is there not indeed financial aid without a real name or a recognized name?
It's the Carlos name.
So Carlos is the name of the birth certificate. I'll keep calling you John if you like. If you prefer, that's fine. It doesn't matter to me. Your preference.
Yeah, John's fine.
Okay. And the birth date on your actual birth certificate is what?
Yeah, the 10/10/01.
No, see, that's a lot quicker. Why did you tell me at first your birth date was 10/10/99?
I'll say, kind of like got that confused a little bit.
Oh, you got that confused? I think you're doing it deliberately.
Not like the, like I wasn't like really thinking about like of the birth. I kind of like got that like mixed up. It's all one.
Do you think that we're here to hurt you?
No.
Have we been fair? Lied?
Yeah.
Do you think that we lied to you at all today?
No.
Why do you think we're here in this room right now? With yourself. People lie to me every day. I don't take it personally. I'm not offended by it. It's okay. Take a look around this room. And then watch TV. What kind of room is this?
Like, the room, like, what it is to you, or like to...
What room is this? What is it you need this room for? Be honest with yourself. Why are we here? It could depend if we're speaking in general terms. This is not what we're doing right now with you. Let's probably go off the street and bring him in here. Be honest with yourself. Why are we here with you right now in this room?
I'm not sure.
You normally drive around and grab random people and bring them here and start talking to them. Start asking questions.
No.
So why are we here with you?
It's a lot easier just to be honest. Why are you here, John? We don't care that your name when you were born was Carlos. That's not why we're here.
He knows that.
So why are we here? You understood my question, right? Or do you understand the question? That's why we're here? John? I just want to make sure you can hear me and that you understand the question, that's all. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know I spoke to you a little bit earlier when we were outside. And I was talking to you about, what's going on in Davis right now. Do you remember what you said? Yeah. What did you say? We had the conversation about the whole what's been going on. And what's been going on? What's been happening in Davis? Yeah, what's been happening in Davis? What's been happening in Davis, Sean? The what, John? The crime alerts? Tell me about the crime alerts. You have explained to me how the conversation we had, and then like what, John? It's easier to say it than to not. Because you know what the truth is. So what about the crime alerts? I have to, I just how they I seen them. I didn't I'm sorry, you said you just seeing them? No, on the email. Mm-hmm. How I didn't because I just seen the notification. Okay, what did the notification say? Okay, what did it say besides crime alert?
Counsel. Okay, that's at 7:09:59 p.m. jury, then, I mean, we're making our way through this piece of evidence. So you now understand the job that you have. So if you need to bring gum or something, we will be taking breaks, but we will finish this, okay? So whatever little device that you need to do to stay alert, it's only human nature to lose alertness sometimes when you're watching something. So I just wanted to mention that. So tomorrow we have a regular day. There are witnesses lined up in addition to the video. We'll see what we get to. And so it'll be 9:30 to 4:30, a full day tomorrow. Again, Monday is a court holiday. We'll talk more about schedule tomorrow. So remember, don't form any hard opinions about this case. Don't research the case. Don't discuss the substance of this with anyone. If you have any questions, make a note and give it to the bailiff. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 start. Thank you. Mr. Muscardini, Sergeant, you're done. Thank you. Thanks. See you tomorrow. Off record.
All right, so that's that. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. We took a couple polls there, so I just want to end that one. Did I end it? No, end it. Okay, there it is. All right, 33 votes. I just want to get these in before we break for the day. And I give my recap. All right. He's a very considerate judge. Absolutely. Very, very considerate judge. 100% agree. All right. So let me go through our recap. And thank you, Newton, for everything that you've done. Fantastic job, not only as a camera operator, but for posting for us. So really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, so coming out of the stretch break, he doesn't remember if Carlos was under arrest. Oh, this was he was asking questions. Mr. Hutchinson was asking Muscardini if he was, while he was on the stand, if Carlos was under arrest. Hasn't told Carlos he was under arrest, but read rights because they were going to ask Carlos about the events. What changed from outside to inside? He says, I don't know. I didn't read them. Ha! He laughs. Again, just very, very strange the way law enforcement is kind of acting in this. But so let me just check in on something here. All right. So then we get back to the video. Says he doesn't have a bike. Carlos says he doesn't have a bike, but then he says he does have one. Excuse me. He knows what he did last night, meaning the night before. He talks about buying food. He doesn't recall the knife being in his bag or owning one. He doesn't use drugs or drinks. He doesn't think that he has in the past. Would it surprise you that people are saying you weren't at home on Monday night? And he says, I don't think so. You didn't go for a walk? And then I couldn't make out what he said. And then Muscardini or whoever else was there says, face-to-face, man-to-man, tell me the truth. What's your real name? What's your date of birth? And he goes back, he keeps saying John, 10-10-01, which is not true. He was born on the 5th of October. How old are you? He says 21. Then he says he knows a Carlos, but then he says he doesn't know a Carlos. He's asked to put his hands on the table, which he does immediately, right? Said, put your hands on the table, boom. He didn't sit there and go, He's asked to take his sweatshirt off, which he does. His blood pressure is taken, and it's 120/80, I think, and he thinks that's a good heart rate. What's the name of the park you were at? And he's like, I don't remember. A lot of his answers are very long time. Like the 6 hours could probably be cut down to 3 hours if he was if he was actually answering. He's never been on any meds, or he's never had any diagnosis. So I think they're kind of starting to understand like something's going on with this guy. What's your real name? He says John. Did you change your name from Carlos? He says something like that. He's asked, in your mind or with the state? He said, not with the state. He said, that's my name, but for financial aid, Then he kind of trails off. And then they ask him about Reales. And he's like, no, his last name is Joas. So Joas. Is there a reason for that? He says financial aid is for Carlos and John's within that. And then they asked him, what's your name on his social security card? He doesn't have one. Remember, I think he only has a passport. He doesn't have pretty sure he doesn't have a birth certificate. Although, how does he get a passport without a birth certificate? He must have a birth certificate. He doesn't have a social security card. He just has a passport. I'm pretty sure about that. And then they finally say, he says, you can't get financial aid without a proper name. So he's like, yeah, Carlos is the one he uses for that. He said, we can call you John if you want. Carlos says that's fine. And then officers ask, be honest with yourself. Why are you here right now? Why are you here right now in this room? He does the, I'm not sure. The officers ask, I want to make sure you can hear me and understand the questions. And then he's like, I'm not sure. Then they ask him what's been happening in Davis. Long pause. They ask him again, what's been happening in Davis, John? He's like the crime alerts. And then eventually they get out notifications, and then they end for the day. And then that's it. All right, so next day is day 15. So we took 2 polls. One of them was, if you were talking to Carlos right now, what would you think? Mentally ill, 35% of you thought that. He's on meds or drugs, 33% of you thought that. Something else I can't describe, 25% that. He has low blood sugar, 5% of you thought that. Then another poll we took was, do you think Carlos is acting? 66% of you thought no, 33% of you thought yes. So, and tomorrow is a full day, so we're going to hear, we made it through, how long did we actually make it through? Let me see. Well, I've been talking for about, I've been talking for about, say, 5 minutes just to make it easy on myself. And they started an hour. They started about an hour and 45 minutes ago. So they've been going for, say, an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. So we've listened to about, I'm going to go with about an hour and 40 minutes so far. So, well, I'll just say 140, hour, 45 minutes so far, just to make it easy for ourselves. So far we've been listening to roughly about an hour and 45 minutes. So that means we still have at least 5, well, he said 6.5 hours, so we still have at least 5 hours, 4.5 hours still. So it should be done early afternoon with this. I'm thinking, oh no, wait, then we have to get to the, we have one medical doctor, one doctor, and then 2 other, I'm not quite sure if they weren't doctors, but they're in mental health practitioners. So we hear from them tomorrow. So, all right, guys. Oh, cool. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. How's the audio for you guys? Is it okay? I've been trying. I heard more than you guys did. I've been messing with the audio the whole time. And again, Newton, thank you so much for giving us heads up, because there's a delay. So when Newton says, hey, audio alert, I pay attention and I bring the audio up and down. So I've kind of been running audio for you guys. So let me know how it is out there. It sounded like it was clipping a little bit. So I've been tweaking it all day. Yes. He has a passport. He has a UC Davis ID card, 2 bank cards, and he has a passport, El Salvadorian passport. Or at least it says El Salvador on there. So yes, Irish Amy, he has a passport. No social security card, but he does have a passport. Yeah, Newton, tomorrow is going to be intense. I agree with that. So let's see. Jamie, I think you'd be answering no to that if you were hearing voices. Oh, Baca says, I heard Carlos answer the cop's question, do you hallucinate? Carlos said no. I I didn't catch that, but that's, I mean, there was a lot I didn't catch. So if you guys caught that, then that's cool. I did not catch that one at all. Susie, yeah, you're welcome. Couldn't make much out. It's tough. Oh, Drunky. Thank you so much, Drunky, for supporting our channel and for the generous $5. Appreciate you and that. I think tomorrow might be, let's see, tomorrow's Friday. How can I work that in wearing the squeegee shirt that Drunky sent me? I was going to say, like, you know, let's see, it's Friday. What I'll have to figure out something for that. I'll wear the shirt tomorrow, Drunky. Oh, you know what? I'm going shopping tomorrow. Drunky, I'm going food shopping tomorrow in the morning. So you said wear the shirt. I'm going to wear the shirt food shopping, and I'll let you know the reaction that I get. All right, that one's going to be for you. That's what that one's going to be for you. All right, Jamie, if you were faking, I think you would make it known that you were hearing voices. I'm leaning towards he's not faking, you know, only because to continue this on for the amount of time that he was doing, I'm thinking that he's not faking. That's where I went with he's not acting. Acting. Let me more for that. I would say he's not acting. You know, that's just where I land. Oh, wait. You'll die laughing if someone sees you. Of course they're going to see me. I'm going to be at my local shopping, food shopping, and of course they're going to. If somebody recognizes, if somebody actually recognizes me that watches, that would be funny. We do tell people around here that we are streamers, and we tell them we're Trial TV Live. So if somebody comes up and says, "Oh, you're Squeegee," that'll be fun. We need one more sub. We're at $67.99. One more sub. One more sub. Go out and tell your friends, tell your family members, tell your neighbors. We need one more sub. One more subscriber. We're at $67.99. So yeah, go tell your friends, family, neighbors, pets. Have your pet sign up. Widespread, yeah. That would be so cool to see you in public. That would be funny. All right, so we need one more subscriber. So whatever you guys can do, hey, we appreciate everything and anything you do. But if you just happen to mention us to your family, friends, neighbors, just give us one more subscriber. That would be cool. We really appreciate that. So, all right, I will wear my squeegee shirt that Drunky the Bear sent. I'm going to wear that food shopping tomorrow. I'll wear it on air as well. And I'll let you guys know what happens. And if somebody comes up to me, I'll try and get a photo of them, and I'll get a video. If somebody comes up and recognizes me, that'll be hilarious. All right. Oh no, we lost one. We lost a subscriber. I jinxed it. We lost. Okay, now we need 2 subscribers. We need 2 subscribers. Did Ember subscribe? Oh, we'll have to create an account for Ember. All right, guys, with that, I'll say goodnight. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to Aaron, as always. Thank you to our fantastic mod squad. You guys are the best. Oh, we got him back. We got one back. $67.99. We are back. Oh, this is the game. This is the head game that YouTube plays. They'll like drop subscribers because they might be a fake account. Then they'll give you subscribers, and then you lose subscribers. It's basically the head game. Yep, it's the head game that YouTube plays. All right, people will likely ask where you got the shirt. Well, I'll have to say it was one of my subscribers and supporters of the channel, Drunky the Bear. So, all right, guys, thank you, Mod Squad. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to our chat. Thank you. You guys are the best. Have a wonderful night. We'll be back on air 12:15 Eastern. Make sure you guys have a wonderful evening. Do something to shake this off, because this is always intense stuff that we watch, and we appreciate you. Ember and Slim Pickens say have a good night. We got Super Ball. She's Super Ball's over there. She's just I'll leave you with Super Ball. All right. Yes, I'll say it's from Drunky. I'll say, where'd you get the shirt? Drunky. Drunky the bear. And they'll be like, why do you have a squeegee on your shirt? And I'll say, well, I'm the squeegee of justice. And then they'll say, well, why are you wearing that? And I'll say, well, Drunky the bear got it for me. And then the next time you'll see me, I'll be in a straitjacket heading towards the facility. All right, guys. Have a great night. I love you guys. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Mm-hmm.